one matters?
I think, colleagues, it's time we get started.
I didn't know, but the World Mountain University is based in London, part of the IMO. So it's another UN body which is just across the river.
Yeah, and they're having discussions this week about decarbonizing the shipping industry.
Yeah.
So some decisions to be taken.
Indeed, very interesting.
Yeah. All right. Well, yeah, good continuation, and maybe we can catch up later.
For sure.
Yeah, if you have time. I hear there's also like a social gathering tonight.
Yes, there's a reception tonight. Of course, the Secretariat must be invited to that, so
Yeah.
you're very welcome.
As secretary, I'm going to be sitting over there.
Yes.
Hi, Maurice. I'm coming. I'm right next to you.
Okay.
All good. That's why I was running.
Okay.
I normally sit next to the secretary and the vice chair, but oh, look at everyone's coming today.
Yeah. Huh?
Everyone's coming today.
Yeah.
I'm ready if there's any questions. I haven't taken it from you guys. But I think that's just in terms of keeping the secretary back. Yes, family left. Sunday afternoon. We are very happy. We had a great time. So we did like the boat tour. We did the Danish Center of Architecture. We did the museum and the Tivoli in the Yep, they open on Friday.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I trust you had a productive discussion with your constituency groups this morning. On behalf of Stephen Miners, Vice Chair of the Citizen Advisory Board, and myself as Chair, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the second day of the 25th Advisory Board meeting of the CTCN. Our joint tech citizen session on Friday was highly constructive, allowing us to exchange insights and provide guidance on the implementation of the joint work program, as well as enhancing synergies between the tech and the CTCN. We addressed key areas, including the role of digitalization and the Technology Mechanisms Initiative on Artificial Intelligence for Climate Action, as well as monitoring and evaluation joint engagement with NDEs and resource mobilization and partnership. Additionally, we engaged in two discussions during the thematic dialogue on financing national systems of innovation. Today, we will continue this momentum with an update from the CTCN Secretariat on the implementation of CTCN activities in 2024. This will set the stage for our discussions on progress made last year, particularly since the last advisory board meeting, an overview of key activities and priorities for 2025 and financial matters. Later in the day, we'll engage in important discussions with representatives from the various UNFCCC bodies, where we'll hear about ongoing collaborations and explore opportunities for further strengthening our collective efforts. Before we now move forward, I would like to remind you that the CTCN Secretariat has arranged a reception this evening from 18 hours to 20 hours in the Atlantic Ocean Finger. You should have received an email with the details, and CTCN colleagues will be available to assist you in finding the venue. Without much ado, I would now like to turn to agenda item 14, remarks by the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and invite Morten Hormann Bjornquist, Chief Advisor Climate and Green Energy Transition, to provide the remarks on behalf of Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs as the host of the CTCN headquarters. Martin?
Thank you so much, Chair. It's a pleasure to be here, and it's a pleasure to host all of you here in Copenhagen in nice sunny weather, even though it's cold. It's beautiful out here by the ocean. It's first of all a pleasure to host CTCN here in the UN city of Copenhagen, because we believe as Denmark that CTCN plays a critical role. Technology is key to build climate resilience and secure that we stay on track to achieve the Paris Agreement goals. I think the recent years' focus by CTCN on creating results, improved coordination across institutions, and clustering topics are seen as very constructive work to achieve and align results to stay on track on these tractions. Denmark is also pleased to announce that we have finally made our commitment to CTCN and their third program of work towards 2027. And contract design, first transfer is completed, so that's very good, and we're looking forward to follow the work for the next 3 years. That said, we are also living some turbulent times globally at these times. It also affects climate change, or could come to it. So I think it's important and to stay optimistic anyway. And therefore I have looked into some of the recent data produced on climate mitigation. And I think we have reached a kind of tipping point on technology. So even though climate change in the global arena might face some challenges, I think on renewable energy, 90% of the total power expansion globally last year was by renewable energy. Utility scale solar and onshore wind capacity is in 95% of the cases cheaper than fossil fuels alternatives. And that said, I think the strong argument for continuing a low carbon development will stay on track anyway. So when we also look on the time scale, it's cheaper and faster to deploy renewable energy. If we look on the other side of the coin, adaptation, that is needed very much. And I think here CTCN can play a very important role. I think one example that I particularly like is the slam dam technology in Burundi, where you have water-filled flood barriers that can prevent floodings, but also during the dry season you have water availability in these slam dams. I think that's a very simple, low-cost case where you can also see that climate technology in least developed countries is on the agenda for CTCN. If we look at the next stage, I think skill and financing will be other topics that we need in the coming years. We need to bring people on board to ensure that. We need to engage the private sector and private finance institutions to mobilize more funding. And we need to communicate even better. I think CTCN communicates well, have a lot of good case stories, and that is key. We need to bring out the stories about the cheapest, fastest, and best solutions are clean and climate resilient technologies. Then finally, Denmark stays committed to the global climate agenda, that's for sure. Just within the next month or so, we have the Copenhagen Climate Ministerial, the 7th and 8th of May here in Copenhagen. And then we also host the 6th Global Conference on Climate and SDG Synergies here in the UN city, the 27th and 28th of May. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Martin, for those opening remarks that set the scene for our discussions over the coming days. We appreciate Denmark's continuous commitment to supporting the citizen, and I want to extend our gratitude to you and the Minister of Foreign Affairs colleagues for your active involvement with the advisory board. We now turn to agenda item 15.1, review of the current AB membership, and I refer you to the document AB/2025/15.1. This document outlines the current composition of the board, the nomination process for the Citizen Advisory Board members, and the timeline for new nominations or re-elections. I would like to take this opportunity to remind the government representatives on the board about the procedures for resignations and the new nominations. All nominations, including those resulting from the resignations during the intersessional period, should be communicated to the UNFCCC elections team through the appropriate party grouping, following the procedures established by the UNFCCC. For observer organizations, nominations should be sent directly to the Citizen Secretariat. And I would like to open the floor to discuss this item and or this procedure. If you have any, please. Any comments? I don't see any comments, so. And now turning to the next. Sorry. Okay, Chile.
Yes, sorry, Mr. Chair, to interrupt. Regarding the membership of the Citizen Advisory Board, there's only one comment that I will advise the citizen to pursue perhaps more strongly that the GCF nominates a board member to the Citizen Advisory Board in line with the decision that established the membership of the Citizen AV. We are very supportive of the presence of the GCF Secretariat on the Citizen Advisory Board meetings, but after doing legal consultations with LRI, that's Legal Response International, and even the legal advisor of the Secretariat, it seems that the more correct interpretation, since it's also more specific, could be that, in fact, the GCF nominates one of its members to the advisory board, and perhaps the citizen can send letters and pursue a bit more aggressively that we have, perhaps even one time a year, the presence of one of their members, or even the attendance to the relevant agenda items discussed under this advisory board. Thanks.
Thank you, Ambrosio, for raising that issue. And I think this has been our concern, is that since the decision that the establishment of the Citizen Advisory Board and the decision that the chair or vice chair of the GCF should be a member of the advisory board, we are yet to see participation of the leadership of GCF in the advisory board. I don't know whether to treat it as a defiance or yet it was a COP decision. And I think the Secretariat, you can help follow up this and you get us a feedback on what exactly the challenge is for the leadership of the GCF to participate in the Citizen Advisory Board meeting. Any other? I don't see any flag. And now turning next part of this agenda item. Sorry.
Thank you. Still, while we're on that agenda point, I just want to reiterate the point that we made at the beginning of Friday, that the role as chair is simply to chair the meeting and not to intervene on the substance or the position of anything that has been raised by parties in according to the rules of procedure. Thank you.
Okay, Point taken. Now turning to the next part of this agenda item, 15.2, introduction of new advisory board members. And here I would like to share some updates regarding our new advisory board members. First, I'd like to acknowledge our new members joining us for the first time today. It's a pleasure to welcome Ambrosio Yobanoro from Chile. Ambrosio, while many here already know as a great asset to climate technology, we are happy to have you joining the implementation arm of the technology mechanism. Now, please take the floor to introduce yourself. Ambrosio.
Thank you very much for the floor again, Mr. Chair. I am Ambrosio Yobanoro. I work for the Climate Change Sustainability Agency of Chile. That is part of the Chilean Development Corporation. I'm an industrial engineer by profession. I've been involved in the process now for quite long, I believe, and I think I know many of the members and some of the observers present here today. I just want to say that it's an honor to be here and share this space with you, and of course also an honor to be nominated by the chair of GRULAC, that's a group of the Latin American and the Caribbean countries, to represent the constituencies here. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Ambrosio. Next, I would like to welcome Otase Kabambega Traore from Burkina Faso, who's stepping in to represent the LDC constituency. Traore.
Thank you so much, Chair. My name is Hortense Kagambega Traore. I think Fred have problem to pronounce my name, but it's okay. Yeah, I'm PhD science, environmental science in climate change. And I am Secretary General in the Board of Direction of Women Environmental Program in Burkina Faso. And I'm also a co-coordinator with Fred in technology development and transfer for LDCs. Yeah, thank you. I'm very happy to be member of CTCN, and I hope we will work together to address our challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Traore. Next, I'd like to welcome Oli Jacob from Canada, who is stepping in to replace Annie Prigge. Oli, you have...
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. Just a short introduction. I am Orly Jacob from Natural Resources Canada. I'm a Deputy Director in the International S&T and Innovation Division. This is a pleasure to be back on the advisory board. I've been a member in the past, and I've also had the pleasure of serving as chair in previous years. So it's great to be back and see a lot of familiar faces and meet new ones. Back home, my specialty is climate policy. I'm a career public servant, and I'm happy to be back and to bring all that I can to help with the advisory board. Thank you.
Thank you, Oli. We're moving next, new advisory member, Elan Jelen, who's stepping in to replace Sigrid Persson and representing Sweden. Many of you probably met him in Baku, as he also has taken over Sigrid's role in the technology negotiations. Erland, please.
Thank you very much. So my name is Erland Kjellen from Sweden, working at the Swedish Energy Agency with implementation of Sweden's engagement under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement, so international emissions trading. But I'm also following technology negotiations. So I met some of you in Baku and happy to be here on the CTC and Advisory Board and look forward to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Moving on, I would like to introduce Karina Barrera, who is joining the Advisory Board to represent the Adaptation Committee. Karina, please introduce yourself.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. I'm Karina Barrera. I'm part of the Adaptation Committee since 2022. And we are working on some activities related to adaptation. In my case, I was Undersecretary of Climate Change in Ecuador, and then I was the focal point of CTCN, and now I'm working in the Center of the Future Thinking with the private sector.
Thank you, Karina. And moving on, I would like to introduce our new advisory board member representing the Observer Group organization. First, we have Angela Fay, representing the Business and Industry NGOs constituency and replacing our friend Justin. While we all going to miss you, Justin, we welcome you, Angela, to the advisory board. Please introduce yourself, Angela.
Hi, everyone. Thank you all for the opportunity. It's a great pleasure to be here. I'm Angela Fay. I'm graduated in communications and also in law. I am specialized in constitutional law and international law. I work in the private sector in the global sustainability team, so I work with sustainability a lot. And I also teach environmental law and international law in a university. It's a pleasure to be here representing the private sector, and I hope that we can keep strengthening the work that we have been doing with Justin. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Welcome also Grace Baiwang from the Indigenous Peoples Organization, IPO group. Grace, please.
Yes, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be part of the advisory board. I'm from the Philippines, and I am working in an international NGO on indigenous peoples on policy research and education. I'm a social development specialist, and I hope I can contribute something in the board. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Grace. And this concludes the introduction of new advisory board members since our last meeting. I want to once again extend a warm welcome to all of you. I look forward to your active participation and contributions. With that, I will now close this agenda item and hand over to my colleague, Stephen. Stephen, you have.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, and to add my welcome, of course, to new members. So we move on to agenda item 16, report by the CTCN Secretariat, beginning with sub-item 16.1, which is an update on CTCN activities in 2024. For this update, I would like to invite the Director of the CTCN, Ariesta Ningram, to take the floor. So, Ariesta, you're very welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, AB members, and thank you very much for your time to be here. Before I start the presentations, I would like also to thank my colleagues. This is the first time this is my first AB meeting also with you as the new director of the CTCN. And I would like to thank you for your guidance in the work with us, but also I would like to thank colleagues of the CTCN that has been working very, very hard, and as well as my predecessor, and especially Jonathan Duin, who's going to join us very soon. So I would like to actually present the work of the CTCN in 2024 in the 3 key service area. And this information is based on the annual operating plan report, which is the plan that approved by the board back in 2023. And following these presentations, after the presentation of financial statement of 2024, I will come back to share our activities and priorities in 2025. So I just want to make sure that, I don't, normally the presentation is done in one go. However, we thought that, it's good to see what we have done in the past, and then we'll move for the next year. So the first service area of the CTCN is on the technical assistance, and in 2024 the CTCN has managed to undertake 105 technical assistance interventions at various stages. This consists of 19 technical assistance under review, 25 technical assistance under design stage, 37 under implementation, and 24 of the technical assistance completed in 2024. For the purpose of the brevity, because there will be a specific agenda item on the technical assistance projects tomorrow, then I would like to focus on just to show the trend of the technical assistance that have been completed in 2024. As you can see in the first graph, that the TAs have been dominated by adaptations. That's about 68% is actually characterized as technical assistance on adaptations. This can be attributed to many of the AFSIA Phase 1 projects, which were closed in 2024. With regard to the transformative areas, again, the majority of the technical assistance comprise of the water, energy, food nexus, again, because of the AFSIA for Phase 1 project, followed by buildings, energy industry, and we also have a TNA concludes. In year 2024, no technical assistance on the sustainable mobility was closed. With regard to the breakdown by region, Asia Pacific occupies half of the sources of the technical assistance, and this is the first time in the past few years actually that the Asia and Pacific source of the technical assistance portfolio coming from this region. Normally it's Africa is actually the highlight of the region itself. And for the LAC, as you can see, there is a 4%, it's a quite relatively low percentage, and this is because 11 technical assistants were just completed in 2023. So most of the LAC portfolio currently are under implementation, and we're hoping that in 2025 or this year we would be able to report on the closed TA projects. The next, just to give you a flavor about the type of the technical intervention and each of the transformation areas. For the water, energy, food system, we have a couple of solar irrigation pumping system, climate smart agriculture techniques, and also a number of other types, including water management technology, rainwater harvesting system, forest monitoring, and so on and so forth. And just to give a flavor about the one technical assistance that closed in 2024, we'd like to highlight one that received by Sudan, supported by AFSIA Phase 1, on soil erosion valuation to support climate resilient agriculture and food security. And the idea is that what motivates this technical assistance, because in Sudan over 70% of the population depends so much on the rain-fed agriculture and cattle grazing, and due to the climate change, Sudan has faced unreliable rainfall, rising temperature, droughts and floods, and of course that brings soil erosions, which also reduce the productivity of the crop year on year. So the CTCN has supported through the technical assistance to determine the soil erosion risk using digital soil mapping techniques and unmanned aerial vehicle data mapping on erosions. So with the information received from these tools, the farmers can target intervention to improve soil conservation, which lead to the better crop yields, which in turn will also improve the food availability and the food security. You can see in the picture how the project recipients are trained on how to use drone to map the soil erosion. Next, on the building and resilient infrastructure, you could also see the breakdown of the type of intervention ranging from flood forecasting, green building, and smart water metering. Under the energy system, the CTCN completed 4 technical assistance intervention ranging from efficient appliances, green hydrogen, and energy efficiency. These are taking place in Lebanon, Mongolia, Thailand, and Nigeria. Again, like just to zoom a little bit on one example of the technical assistance that's close under these transformation areas. The CTCN has supported the development of an institutional framework for the Energy Efficiency Act and regulation, targeting the energy sector, including household, industries, commercial, and transport. The technical assistant also provides support for the development of monitoring and evaluation framework to track compliance. The bill currently is with the Parliament and it's likely to be adopted. And when the measures under the bill or the framework, the regulatory framework is implemented, the measures will contribute to the achievement of Nigeria's NDC with estimated potential greenhouse gas emission reductions by 179 million tons per year by 2030. So it's just demonstrate how with small but targeted interventions will go a long way to produce impact on countries' emissions footprint. The next is on the business in industry and the TNA I mentioned earlier. There is one TNA TA that I completed in 2024. The interventions ranging from the market assessment in the application of climate technology sector, in rural development, this is in Cambodia, NSI roadmap in Zambia, the circular economy roadmap in South Africa, technology framework for implementation of NDC in Pakistan, and the TNA in Chile. The framework of the Chilean TNA, for example, has been completed with the 4 prioritized sectors identified in energy, waste, water resources, and forestry and agriculture. I think Ambrosio also made interventions on Friday with regard to this technical assistant. Under the digitalization and NSI enabler, these two are the tools that can be applied to all of the system transformation area. We are providing you the example of applications of the digitalization or NSI that we have recently implemented in some of our projects, including early warning system, which has happened quite a lot under AFSIA. Also with the business model and creation of incubators platform, development of our roadmaps on specific topics such as cement, green hydrogen, and so on. We also have undertaken joint work on digitalizations and together with the Technology Executive Committee, which also have been reported on Friday. The citizen also aware of the work undertaken by the tech on NSI in the near future, and this is a good moment where the synergy of the work within the two arms of technology mechanism could be strengthened. Gender mainstreaming. We're providing you with a couple of examples of how the gender mainstreaming activities have been done through the technical assistant. Again, I mentioned earlier about the Cambodia project. This project advocated for policies tailored to the specific needs of women in the sectors. Thereby, they would have the equitable access to climate technologies. And in Indonesia, under the technical assistant on identifying technical practice on climate smart agriculture, also helped the country with a literature review on gender issue in the context of the climate smart agriculture practices. The technical assistant also helped in conducting the comprehensive review of selected CSA technology focusing on gender, as well as the developer training models aimed at capacity development for national stakeholders. We also conducted youth engagement through the technical assistance, and a couple of examples here is one from Pakistan, and another one is on Solomon Islands. With regard to the Pakistan, this is a part of component of implementing the NDC, whereby under the technology roadmap, the youth and gender assessment is also, social inclusion and gender analysis also have been included, and the project also has collected the gender disaggregated data and integration of youth considerations into the 4 project concepts note that resulted from this technical assistant. With regard to Solomon Island of the integrated coastal zone management, this TA has engaged local youth groups, community-based organization, and non-governmental organization focusing on the coastal zone protection. Next is on the local communities and indigenous considerations. A couple of examples. One is on Bangladesh, whereby I think I mentioned this also in the last week, that part of the aim of this project is to enhance local communities in forecasting and preparing for the flood disasters. And then in Eswatini, this is also working with the small-scale sugarcane growers to include or to study examine on the feasibility of the solar-powered irrigation system. The second major service area of the CTCN is on the capacity building and the knowledge sharing. In the past couple of years, the CTCN has focusing on the 4 types of the capacity building activities and knowledge sharing activities with the different purposes and different target audience. Under the each program is designed to tailor the content and materials to fit the characteristic, as well as the knowledge level and preference of NDEs. As you can see that majority of the intended audience for this capacity building are our NDEs. However, depending on the type of the capacity building activities, we also reach out to the different stakeholders that engage in that. Just going to run a few examples of what we have done in 2024. The AI climate actions, this is a global thematic capacity building which was implemented back-to-back with the NDE Forum in Asia, Pacific, Africa, and Latin America and the Caribbean. This was based on the program that developed based on the priorities identified by NDEs that were attending, and whereby we're looking into the potentials of the artificial intelligence to support the climate solutions in the regions. So another type of engagement is the NDE Forum that I just mentioned before, but also importantly, on the second category is the engagement with the financial mechanism, operating entities, and financial institute. And in 2024, the CTCN and NDEs, not all NDEs, participate in the GCF regional dialogue in Eastern Europe and Central Asia, as well as on the MENA. CTCN also facilitated the coordination of NDE of Samoa and Zambia with the GCF, and of course, as part of the launching of the AFCIA 2, the CTCN conducted like a number of webinars globally to reach out and inform about the opportunities for technical assistance under this program. We also engage with, of course, parties and other stakeholders in the context of UNFCCC process events at the SP and as the COP. You have heard, like on Friday, I think, like the reports of the engagement of the CTCN together with the tech at the COP. But also, I would like to mention in 2024, the CTCN engaged in the workshop on linkages between the technology mechanism, financial mechanism in June session. Also involved in some of the events organized in relation to global goal adaptations, as well as on the implementation technology action plan. This is the event that organized by UNEP-CCC in collaboration with the UNFCCC. The next category is an example of the collaborative RDND in which the NDEs were invited for a focus discussions or the learning visit on a specific topic. For example, that's happened with the learning visit on green hydrogen production that was June last year, as well as the global collaborative RDND bridge building workshop, which involved quite a big number of NDEs. Moving on the network and NDE engagement, that early stage stakeholder engagement is very important to increase the ownership of the project, and network members, being the one that actually implementing CTCN technical assistance, are a significant asset of the CTCN. So network engagement, for example, the one that include voluntary technology talk and the TA bidding process workshop, which are developed to engage network members involved right from the beginning in the stage of project ideations, are playing like a major roles or key roles in helping also the NDEs to formulate better of the technical assistance ideas. Talking about network, this is a segue into the third area of CTCN service, which is involving the network and the network engagement. Right now, the CTCN has 912 members across the world. The network has grown steadily in both size and the scope, as you can see from the graph. Members are distributed relatively evenly between developed and developing countries, the origin of the network members. 43 members are from Asia Pacific, 44% from Europe, 12% from Africa, and 10% from Latin America and the Caribbean. This broad representations enables the network to actually fulfill the mandate in facilitating technology and transfer. However, of course, there remains opportunity to expand the outreach efforts in Africa and LAC region, for example, to strengthen the participation of network members from this region. With regard to the type of the organizations of our network members so far, more than half of the network members actually from the private sector, offering climate technologies and solutions, and this is followed by research and academic institutions who are also key actors in the national system of innovations. As the network reaches quite a significant scale, the Secretariat recognized the importance of reflecting on the past engagement, importance of also to assess the strengths and weaknesses and identifying ways to improve the engagement of the network. Just very briefly, in 2024, 59 members joined, and out of the 912 that I just mentioned. So this is to inform the effort I just mentioned, that the CTCN is currently conducting a network engagement survey. The survey was opened 2 weeks ago and will last until April 20. And the idea is actually to gather the feedback from network members on the past activities and also ensure that our future activities are aligned with the COP guidance, but also with the development of the current global situation also with regard to the climate change. So the questions that we asked during this survey is what were the past engagement in the current service area of the CTCN, and what are also other opportunities the network members want to see more of. And the survey will be analyzed, and we hope to actually present analysis of the survey together with the strategy for reinvigorating our network members in the upcoming AB meeting in September. So I strongly encourage all the network members, the one who follow this discussion, to participate in the survey. This is your chance to actually voice your ideas, your concerns, your challenges, and so on. And also would like to ask the NDEs to support this by encouraging network members in your respective countries to actually respond to this survey. I will speak briefly on our engagement with partners and resource mobilization, because there is a specific agenda item that on Wednesday that will delve deep onto this topic. But just like to mention that in 2024, our work followed the 6 strategic areas of the resource mobilization strategy, with a particular emphasis on diversifying funding. So we have, Morten just announced that we have a renewed commitment from Denmark of the 4.3 million of US dollars. We also received, since last AB meeting, $1 million from Germany for 2025, and the new funding from DEC into a program for 7 technical assistants, with particular emphasis on SIDS and LDC under the Innovative Climate Solutions program. The EU and its member states remain the largest donor to the CTCN. As I mentioned before, the EU is currently funding 2 programs, and the other programs is the Climate and Security Program, with a total budget in the amount of 3.28 million, and we continue implementing this through the 10 technical assistance projects. Under Strategic Action 2, the CTCN continue to enhance and diversify our engagement. We collaborate with the Adaptation Fund, AFSIA, and building on the success of AFSIA, of course, like the CTCN has received $10 million for the second phase since July 2024, which is expected to fund 60 technical assistance projects over the 5 years. I will touch briefly on the communication and activities of the CTCN. So in 2024, these are the numbers. The CTCN developed and published 47 news articles, stories, and blogs, also in collaboration with UNEP. We actually have many of the news articles is also posted in UNEP newsletters to ensure like a bigger outreach. All of these stories also were promoted through different channels, including through the newsletter, which is now reaching almost 13,000 subscribers. With regard to social media engagement, the CTCN undertook 2 small campaigns to boost our engagement and outreach on different platforms. And in total, over 2024, we have posted 566 posts with 267,000 people seeing our message at least once. Our main and most popular social media platform is LinkedIn, and in 2024, we double our followers, attracting 4,300 new followers. Media outreach. In 2024, CTCN was mentioned in the media, both traditional and online. And we have been monitoring the media mentioned in traditional, this is through the monitoring tool, since August 2024. In 5 months since the board basically provided feedback to the CTCN, we have been mentioned 840 times, including in English, French, Spanish, Korean, and Russian-speaking media outlets. So the number is quite impressive. Resources. These are the example of the knowledge project that CTCN develop or contribute. The new publications on the green hydrogen technologies, 10 years of the anniversary of the CTCN, where we also published a new publication. We contribute to the UNFCCC publication, AI for Climate Action, as well as Gender Just Climate Solution. And of course, we also happily published the network-led publication, including the WIPO, Third Green Technology Book, as well as the AI into Climate Action, Enhancing Climate Technology in Asia-Pacific Countries. My last slide, CTCN operations. So since last AB meeting, the new regional manager for Africa have already started with the CTCN in March. Unfortunately, he's not here, but he's joining in online. The head of the Palu office in Songdo, CTCN Palu office, is under recruitment. We're hoping to finalize the recruitment in the next 1 or 2 months. The manager of the regional manager for Latin America Caribbean is currently under recruitment. The vacancy announcement was just closed last week. And we also, as you probably noticed, we now in the CTCN we have dedicated function for governance-related matters. So Anastasia, my colleague, will actually be responsible for that. And this is important, particularly because in the next couple of years, there is many intergovernmental process issue that the CTCN will need to undertake or be subject to, including independent review of CTCN and periodic assessment of the technology mechanism. We also planning to recruit the monitoring and evaluation specialists, and this is also a crucial function. Last but not least, in order to ensure that we could provide service better two countries. The CTCN team is planning to organize a retreat, which will take place right away after the AB meeting, taking into advantage that most members are already here. So that concludes my presentation. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Ariesta, for that comprehensive presentation. So colleagues, we now have time for interventions, first from AB members, but certainly also from observers as well. So colleagues, members, if you do have an intervention, please raise your flag. I see Japan, please.
Thank you, Ariesta, for very comprehensive report. I have some questions. First of all, I think it's better to put the page number on the report for the ease of discussions. And my first question is that I think I asked this question in the last board meeting, AB meeting, but I think this is important, so I'd like to ask again. Have you observed any changes in thematic or country composition of a TA request, or the TA approved after the introduction of a new TA prioritization criteria? That's the first question. Or is it still too early to observe any changes? And the second question is, I'd like to congratulate the approval of GCF PPF with a value of $540,000. I think this is a very important point, but I do not see which is mentioned in the section 8 of reporting against monitoring. It should appear in the item of percentage increase in funding mobilized through resource from relevant operating entity and of financial mechanism, but it's not reported there. And the third question is, CTCN and UNDP were awarded from APSIA 2 for APSIA 2 program management with a value of about 2.7 million. I'm wondering if this means that 2.7 million is split between CTCN and UNDP. And if that's the case, what's the share of CTCN? The last question is that in the section 8, the reporting against the indicator, there is a reporting of the level of engagement with private sector and philanthropic organizations on page 41. And it's a report that one partnership approved, but I'd like to get the clarification of which one referring to this one partnership approved. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. So we'll take several interventions before going back to the Secretariat. And next was the European Commission, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and many thanks to the Secretariat for the good presentation. I made a similar point at the advisory board meeting a year ago to really highlight the importance of an equal kind of geographical distribution of technical assistance projects. And I think this connects to the eligibility and prioritization criteria that we spent quite a lot of time discussing last year. That, I mean, all regions of the world, and no one will question this in this room, but all regions of the world are part of addressing climate change and being a part of the solution. And that we really have a global distribution of projects is really part of ensuring also the buy-in from all parties into CTCN as an initiative. And for me, it's interesting to see that we have an NDE forum for the Americas, for Latin America, but there's still very few technical assistance projects from this region. And I think that's a relevant question. Why is that? And also, one thing that we discussed on Friday is that there's no NDE forum for Eastern European countries, and the representative from Georgia mentioned that recently there has been 6 new NDEs appointed from European countries, but we still don't yet have the technical assistance requests from that region. So is there something more that we can do to work with those regions where we're not seeing any technical assistance projects to date? Because that is what can ensure that everyone really feels that they are a part of the CTCN. and I think I'll leave it there, but I mean, of course, there's no need to have a European NDE forum if there are no European NDEs from non-Annex 1 countries, but there should be. And what would be needed to ensure that we're having more projects and project requests in Latin America, Eastern Europe, and so on? Thank you.
Thank you very much, European Commission. Next is Sweden, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Secretariat, for an interesting report. I have two questions. One about the projects that were finished this year. I noticed that no project were, under the sustainable mobility sector was finished. So I was just curious to hear if this is a coincidence or part of a trend. Obviously, this sector is hard to address mitigation in. So, yeah, I'd like to hear more about that. And then also just a comment on fact sheets being made from these projects. I think it's very good to highlight what's being done within the CTCN. So I saw that you've done that for the AFCIA projects and just wondered if that could be a possibility also for other projects. Thank you.
Thank you. So there are 3 more members requesting. I suggest we take 1 more at this point, and then we'll take additional interventions. So next was Nigeria, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the new AB members. I have an observation. Just like Japan said, the document will be very good with paging to clarify on referencing, making it easy. The other observation too is that there's a need to take out at the paging 3 to 4B where you have the comments on error, those error messages. So when finalizing, do take it out so it doesn't seem like there's some sloppiness on our side. The second one is the clarification that I require on the third part, I think, innovation on AFCIA. I see before there's 24 requests or selected TAs, and then the next paragraph says 25 projects reported by AFCIA 1. I'm a bit confused on that. Perhaps you need clarification. The third one here is a suggestion to delete the part that says from communication point of view. There's no need for that. You can just go straight to the narrative. And my last one is a question, which is that is lessons learned for the AFCIA 2. I see in the report that almost all of Africa's AFCIA initiatives are still under implementation. Why is this? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. So let's return to the Secretariat to respond on those points, and then we'll take the remaining flags. So, Ariesta, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you for the interest of all the questions. Please also spare some of the questions for the deep dive on the TA and also for the capacity building and so on. But with regard, I try to answer the questions on the order that they appear because it's easier for me. I think there's a question from Japan on the changes of the compositions of the TA. Yes, it's a little bit early to observe at this point of time, but colleagues that are dealing with the technical assistant, they're really paying attention on the application of the criteria. We will try to see if the trend actually changes in the next AB meeting, and we can report to you. On the approval of the GCF and the PPF, there is mentions about that, and because this has happened indeed in 2024. Yes. With regard to, I think your suggestion also to include it in the in terms of the mobilization of the funding, we can have a look into that. This is the first time we actually have also the PPF project approved by GCF, in which the initial technical assistance was supported by the CTCN. So we will have to look into, hopefully there are more and more technical assistance CTCN that end up with the approval of PPF of the GCF or other funding mechanism in such a way we can report it more clearly. So then we can actually that market as a part of our successful resource mobilization. On the question on CTCN and UNDP, the 2.7 million, this is all for the CTCN, for the coordinating service. This is the coordination service that's for all of the AFCIA programs. So the implementing partner of ASEA is not only UNEP, or in this case the CTCN, because it's not legal entity, so we host it by UNEP, and therefore we're doing it together with UNEP, actually, this coordination services. But UNEP, CTCN is not the only AFCIA implementing partner. There's also UNDP, and perhaps there is a couple of other organizations. In this regard, Adaptation Fund has awarded the CTCN with the coordination function, and this 2.7 million is only for the CTCN, not including the one for the UNDP. But there's also a lot of requirements within that as part of this providing the coordination service. On the partnership approval, perhaps like this is something that we could actually come back during the partnership agenda item on the resource mobilizations, if you don't mind. Now coming to EU, on the EU questions first, on the comments about the very few from the Latin American regions. I think I mentioned that for the LAC particularly, because the many projects were closed in 2023. Let me get the number again so I don't get the... So for the LAC, 11 technical assistants were completed in 2023. And currently, the portfolio of LAC is 18. They are handling 18 technical assistants at the different stages. And so we're hoping that we will actually have like an increased number from the LAC region. With regard to the Eastern European portfolio, developing countries and Eastern European portfolio, of course, this is a very, very interesting questions and also observations. Is there anything, something that we could do? Yes, there is, because there's a number of factors that certain regions perhaps are not aware of the service that provided by the CTCN, but also is the same that many regions were faced in the beginning of the stage before they could submit technical assistance request to CTCN, is basically how to ideate a project, how to formulate a concept in such a way, yes, okay, this is actually meets the eligibility and prioritization criteria of the CTCN, and therefore we can submit it. So currently we don't have such an activity. If we do need to organize a workshop, of course, that we would like to do it together with another partner, perhaps, that are available to actually providing us its support from that particular regions. What we could do also, because as part of the CTCN process for budgeting for the next year, we will already start discussing this in September. We can have a look into this and how we could include some of these provisions to conduct a workshop focusing on Eastern European or Central Asian regions, and we're trying to find like a partner where we can actually deliver this, and we will inform you with the budgetary implications in September, because this is something that we could plan, for example, for 2026, and then we'll take it from there. Sweden's questions, no project on sustainable mobility. I would like to come back to you on that. I think last year we did have a project that completed on sustainable mobility. It's just happened that there is not many requests, perhaps, from countries that are in the pipeline for this. And the question on the AFCIA fact sheet. We do also have the fact sheets for the EC projects, EC-funded projects. And this type of fact sheets that also require some, let's say, some resource and capacity to actually build that. Because normally it's also come with the photos, and then somebody else has actually to go there and take the pictures. So we cannot do for every single technical assistance. However, if the funding for this particular program is actually come with the communication and outreach package, which is normally, this is the part that's included in there, then of course the CTCN can do that. On Nigeria, thank you so much for actually highlighting many errors in the report. And yes, we will fix that before all these editorials, including the discrepancy that you highlight and pointed out. And we will before we actually will publish it do the final publication on that. And you also asked about the lesson learned for the AFCIA 2. Why AFCIA is still under, well, I think it's mainly because the many of the AFCIA project under phase 1, they are still under implementation. They're not fully concluded yet. So once we actually conclude it with all of this, then we can actually draw some lesson learned and challenges in implementing that to inform the implementation of AFCIA 2. I think from some of the fact sheet exercise, we actually started to learn what's the challenges faced by the AFCIA Technical Assistance Project of AFCIA 1 on the grounds. So I think I stop there, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Ariesta. So next on the list is Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for the presentation, the responses provided by the director. So we would like to take the opportunity to appreciate the people of Denmark for receiving us in their country, in their very beautiful country. I would also like to denote, since I traveled to Malmö during the weekend, Sweden also a very beautiful country. Maybe some suggestion on how some information is presented. I think will be useful if the information of technical assistance is presented in a sort of double ring. So in one ring you have the regions, and in an inside ring you have the type of developing country. So you have seats and LDCs in all the regions. Of course, because some regions have a greater composition of LDCs, you will expect that they will have more technical assistance of that reason. But that kind of work probably will help to have a better, bigger picture of what's happening. And one thing is the number of technical assistance. Other is the number of resources allocated. And maybe this is for the specific discussion going into a TA. One part is the TA and the different type of TAs, because now you have the regular TA, the fast technical assistant that is not really operates the exact same way. You have the AFCIA, and then you have the matchmaking function that also is different. So all the things probably will help to have a better, bigger picture to understand how the outcomes are aligned with the priorities defined by the board and endorsed by the party. We're very happy to hear that the GRULAC regional office will be fully staffed soon. Definitely that could have played a role in keeping the pipeline operating on the region. Might note that in the future, since there seems to be plans for the ECF to have regional offices, maybe there is also an opportunity of of further cooperation engagement with the GCF when these GCF regional offices are also established. Now, going back to appreciating again, this time, the Danish government for hosting and supporting the Climate Technology Center and Network. We look at this and we look at the future of the CTCN with optimism, since at COP29 we adopted a landmark decision, the new quantified goal to triple finance to developing countries from the previous goal, and to secure efforts of all actors to work together to scale up finance to developing countries from public and private sources to 1.3 trillion per year. So we're confident that since this new agreement was made, CTCN will have its part on these efforts, and many other countries will follow your lead. Again, congratulations to the director and her team for the report and the excellent work. We welcome that there is a person dedicated to work on the M&E. So this is related to comments already made on Friday, so I won't repeat them. Just the advice that perhaps when the M&E is revising the future, the board is engaged in some manner in the process. We do believe it is very important that the guidance provided by the COP is considered by the board member, because the MOU between COP and UNEP established that one of the roles of the advisory board is to advise the CTCN on the guidance provided by the COP. And of course, you don't want to spend all the meeting time on each of the guidances. So the first comment will be all the relevant guidance needs to be captured, and while looking at the reference document on the guidance, some relevant guidance seems to be missing. For providing a couple of examples, I don't want to go to everything that I think is missing, but relevant guidance is the guidance regarding on reporting on gender. That was part of the guidance coming from the COP. Guidance on to consider ways to further engage local communities. And I think this is very relevant to one of the points that our chair and now tech member Fred has been making across the year, the importance of the local communities on the work on the CTCN. So that will be the first comment, that the reference document does not seem to capture all the relevant guidance to the CTCN. And the second one is maybe the way to address this is that these reference documents in future meetings include how the CTCN plans to address this guidance. So advisory board members might comment in a manner that is more relevant for the plans of that the CTCN already has on how it will update the guidance coming from the COP. And for all the other things will be addressed on the specific agenda items. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chile. Next is Georgia, please.
Thank you, CTCN and the Secretariat for your work. Also, thank you, Denmark, for hosting us. So it's really a beautiful city and I love it. So most of the suggestions that I have, it's mostly for 2025 activities. However, I feel responsible to say a few words about the Eastern Europe engagement. So there are newly appointed, reappointed NDEs. Some of them refreshed that they are the NDEs, so they didn't really remember. And I really hope that since it was about 2024 completion in 2024 DTAs, I really hope that in the coming years, so we will see more requests from the Eastern Europe NDEs. And I really, if there's anything that I can do for that, so I'm really happy and I'm really eager to do that. I put some effort there to be nominated, and I'm really happy to do that. Maybe one more thing, but I will also say that during the respective session, but since we are doing the forum, Asia Forum for NDEs, and in 2025, and NDEs from Eastern Europe will be invited there. So my proposal is like to call it then how it is, then to call it like NDE Eastern Europe and Asia Forum. So because since they will be there and invited there, it's always good to see despite the geopolitical context. So I think it's also to respect the UN grouping and the groups within the UN. So Annie is not here, so I'm going to take it over and say kudos to the communication teams because I also follow you on LinkedIn. I don't have any other social media, and I really am I'm forced to. Sometimes I'm tagged there, and I feel like forced to react. But I really see your work there, and please keep it that way. Annie is usually the one saying that. So, about the numbers, so I have one tiny suggestion for the 2024 report. Yes, I absolutely agree to Ambrosio in terms of the within maybe the geographical, so to have like seeds and LDCs, because sometimes it's easier because not many people read all the report, but they see the they scroll down and they try to like see the key messages and also like to read the pies and graphs, etc. So I think it's good and absolutely support that, and because it's one of the messages that we want to deliver. The other one, it's more about the impact, because usually the way we deliver in numbers, it's like we did this and we did that, so we did this many TAs, we did this many something. So if it is somehow possible, because I know it's very difficult, but to also it's maybe in this, maybe not for 2024, but for 2025 report, to put there the impact that we made. Also, for instance, the number of the people that, the capacities that we built, or also our contribution to the Paris Agreement goals. I know it's very difficult, but for instance, like maybe we can find some ways to report on the impact that we made. So for instance, something that we enhanced, the resilience that we enhanced, I don't know how it's possible, but my suggestion is like to think more about that, the impact that we made, rather than like the number of activities that we did. That's just a suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Georgia. Next is the Engo constituency, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Also want to extend a welcome to the new advisory board members. Great to have you on board. And also thanks to Ariesta for the very thorough report. I'm wondering if the slides will also be made available, like the day one resources, where there are a few details that I missed on some of them I'd like to review. And also thanks to, sorry, I don't know the colleague's name from Europe, but for calling attention to the low numbers of Latin American Caribbean region. I'm also curious why even 11 is like not such a big number compared to the 50 or the 46% from the other regions. And it might be worth spending some time discussing why, what to do about that and how to increase that. Or at least make them more balanced. And then I wanted to ask, this being, 10 years plus now that we have of the CTCN, I was struck by that number of the requests for technical assistance for adaptation. And I'm wondering, is the percentage or the balance proportion of those requests changing as the science gets worse and the situation more difficult for countries? Is there less requests for mitigation and more for adaptation? Just wondering what the trends look like for those requests.
Thanks. So we'll go back to the Secretariat and then we'll turn to the observer interventions.
Thank you very much again, members. And before I respond to Chile, Georgia, and Engo, I would like also to mention a bit of information on I think Halimah was asking about discrepancy between 24 and 25. And that because there was 24 countries, but 25 technical assistants. So one country actually has 2 projects to technical assistant. And that's why we have that discrepancy. On Chile and also supported by Georgia, thank you very much for the suggestions on the presentation of regions. I think in the next report, we will think about how to make this presentations of the distribution, regional distribution, more impactful and more visible actually, and more attractive and meaningful. So thank you for that. Back to Ambrosio's comment. Thank you for the support. Also, the suggestions, particularly on the reference documents that captures the guidance from the COP. We will have a look at that. We normally do it in collaborations with the tech. So we'll see how we actually can capture that, and perhaps in the next board meeting we can do something about it, like maybe at the beginning of agenda item or as part of the annotations, like we could indicate how this could be done, particularly for the CTCN, on how it plans to address the guidance. On Georgia's comment, I have additional information here that tomorrow under the technical assistance agenda item, we will actually present example of AFCIA 1 technical assistance project from Georgia. This is on forest fire early warning example. This is something that quite a good case from Eastern Europe. So there's plenty of opportunities for further discussions about other potential portfolio from Eastern Europe, developing countries. We also, I think, yes, we take note of the suggestions of the way to put the impacts on the reporting of the AOP, the annual operating plan. We probably could think already how to do that for the joint annual report on the CTCN part. And for ENGO, yes, we normally publish all the PowerPoint presentation on the day, at the end of the day. So we wait until the whole presentation is done, and then we publish it in the evening. And your comments about the imbalance of the regions is, I think I addressed that earlier. But as we all know, that the CTCN is demand-driven, and therefore then the countries, active countries or non-active countries, or whether they actually not interested in using the service of CTCN, there could be like many different explanations on that. But for the adaptation increase, particularly in 2024, mainly it's because of AFCIA 1. And what does it mean is actually the dedicated program that runs by CTCN like that is actually creating demand for countries. So AFCIA is about adaptation and innovation. So then countries knows that, okay, there is a separate program funding dedicated for that. I would like to apply that. So which is a good way. I will speak about this more in the 2025 presentations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the next is WIPO, please. Peter.
Thank you. I was impressed by the number of network members, 912 or something. That's quite impressive. In WIPO Green, we have 150 something, and we're already scratching our head on what are we going to do with these network members, because it's quite challenging. Now, I saw that you were going to do an interesting survey there on what they're there, but I was wondering, I mean, you had 53% from the private sector. Why do people want to be member of CTCN network? Is it because they want to be part of the TAs, or because they want to have a more green profile, or do you have any idea of that? I think that would be interesting to know. And also, of course, if you have any ideas of what you want to do with them in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is the gentleman in the far corner, please.
Thank you very much. My name is Gareth James Lloyd. I represent the UNEP DHI Centre. We've been a partner of CTCN since its inception. With this brief intervention, I'd like to build further on the comments by our colleague from Georgia and our colleague from WIPO regarding membership numbers. I think it's great that there's more than 900 now, but again, like as Peter asked, you know, what is the purpose and what service are they providing to the work of CTCN? And I would like to encourage CTCN to focus also on the strategic value of partnerships, and you know, with an emphasis on the quality and the contribution. From our side, we've been proud and active partners with CTCN since its inception, as I mentioned. And one of the reasons that we do this is because we have shared goals and key performance indicators to CTCN, and this alignment allows us to go in and work with CTCN to support countries. We provide technical support in the water and environment field, but I believe CTCN has a range of other partners in other sectors who can or do provide similar support and collaboration. A few examples of the collaborative relationship that we have with CTCN are the in-kind contribution we make to technical implementation. Apart from bringing along our technical knowledge and tools, this also includes at times a financial contribution. And part of this is driven by a need for quality of the implementation and the interventions that CTCN supports with. We are measured on the number of countries that we support, but also on the satisfaction level of those countries. Another example is on joint training regarding project concept development. We have piloted this previously in Laos, I believe, with CTCN and also with the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center, and I believe there's something we could explore further. We've also benefited, actually, I must say, from our collaboration with CTCN regarding certain interventions. One that comes to mind is the technical support that CTCN provided to Ghana a number of years ago now. I think it was possibly back in 2018 this concluded. But the dialogue has continued and evolved. The concept note has been taken up and has also evolved, and we are very hopeful that submission will be made to the GCF board for project approval during the course of this year. On a lower and more mundane but very operational level, we've also collaborated with CTCN on technical webinars which have been measured and been found to have very good feedback. And another area where we're keen to explore with CTCN and haven't really done so is leveraging funding for the private sector to support CTCN's work. We, as the UNEP DHI Center, just in the past 2 years, we've mobilized a significant amount of resources from the Novo Nordisk Foundation and from the Google Foundation, and this is directly being used to support UNEP's work. There are ample opportunities, I think, to explore this further with CTCN, and we would welcome the opportunity to do so. Finally, I take note of the coming survey, and we look forward to completing it and working further with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much to UNEP DHI to set out your collaboration with CTCN, but also potentially in the future as well. Next is Canada, please.
Thank you very much. Peter's comments just made me think of something that the board has previously worked on, and I'm just wondering about the network engagement, whether maybe it's something for the next advisory board meeting. Aside from the survey, there's also a plan that was put in place. It was a few years ago, and I'm wondering if potentially at the next meeting, the Secretariat could come back and talk about which strategies which strategies worked, which paid fruit, which might be worth doubling down on or not doing anymore. So I think complemented with the survey results and looking back on how you implemented the strategy that was approved by the board, I think that would be very interesting to hear about. Also would like to thank the observer from UNEP DHI. I think it's super interesting to hear about some benefits that they've received from collaboration with the CTCN. I think that the more we hear about these two-way benefits, the better it is for the narrative and the story of the CTCN. Thank you.
Thank you, Canada. The gentleman in the back, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Bipachu, and I'm representing Colby College as a delegate based in the United States. I've been told I need to emphasize my views are based on my research and not from Ringo. But basically, I have like a couple questions. But before that, thank you so much for the incredible work. I grew up in Nepal and also like saw a lot of projects from CTCN in Nepal, so like really good to hear that. First question was around the follow-up committee that I read in the operating plan. There was some discussion on how do we follow up on the technical assistance projects that have been created so that like we know they're sustainable, and wanted to hear a little bit about that. Maybe that's a thing for the 2025 plan. Second thing that I was thinking about, and I think this is a very important piece where we could bring more stakeholders for conversation, is the involvement of developed nations on the stakeholder engagement side, especially when it comes to artificial intelligence. Obviously, we talked about AI for climate good, but also there's a flip side to it where we are missing a conversation on how the lack of regulations within artificial intelligence has contributed to a lot of emissions, especially with the onset of data centers being built everywhere and the energy emissions from there. So hopefully like we could engage some of those conversations as well and help in policy building so that we move forward with on an ethical spectrum. And finally, final question was on what are some of the barriers on equitability and visibility? So like, for example, 50% from Asia and Pacific region involvement, that's really good. But I was also thinking about like, especially small island nations, they have been thinking a lot about innovation, and when you look at a country, for example, like Tuvalu, where I spent my January doing research, they're turning into the first digital nation of the world. And sort of like, when I was there, I noticed there was not much involvement besides from private sector. So how could we increase visibility to support countries in need? And what are some of the things that could be done? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And you're very welcome at the meeting. Chile, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you for giving me the floor again. Thank you very much to the director for the response. Just a reflection on the guidance. The intention of my comment is in the future to avoid a situation where the guidance is revised almost at the same time that the CTCN is supposed to report to the guidance. So the situation we will definitely want to avoid is to realize before the beginning of the work of the joint annual report that some of the guidance was not incorporated, and therefore the reporting on how the response to it is not fully adequate to what the parties have mandated. Of course, we understand in a way this is a new practice to fulfill a very old mandate. But the advice in the future could be to, after the COP, so in the meeting of April or March, this is done in advance. So in a way, and ideally the technology mechanism, not just the CTCN, will know in advance how it will respond to a party's guidance, and we avoid any situation where at the moment of reporting, the technology mechanism realized that perhaps some of the guidance was not properly taken up in the respective bodies' plans or activities. So that was the intent, so to make sure that we plan and how we fulfill, and then we can report very confidently that we effectively included what we were able to include, and not finding out at that moment that some things were perhaps left out, and then we respond something that might not address the intent of the guidance by the parties. That was the intention of the comment on guidance. A small question on the date when, or the month when the new prioritization criteria was started to be used and enforced. So we have clarity for how long this has been used. And a reflection on the comment or colleague from the European Commission and the chair. I think we need to realize that at this moment, Fred is the only tech member in this meeting. So he's the only representative of the Technology Study Committee and the other part of the technology mechanism. So I will encourage maybe some leeway can be allowed in terms that he might speak also as tech member, especially matters that might be relevant for the tech, as we don't have any other representative for the tech at this moment on our meeting, to my knowledge. Thanks.
Thank you. Just before I turn to the Secretariat, I do note that the Tech Chair is joining this week's meetings online. He can't be here in purpose. I shouldn't say he can't be here on purpose. He can't be here in person. But with that, let us close the list for this sub-item and turn to Ariesta.
I will try to be brief, and thank you very much for all the interest and the questions. I think there is a few questions surrounding the network membership and the strategic partnership. I'll pull them together in the same issue. And this is very important, Peter. Thank you for the comment, because indeed the CTCN has quite a large number of network members. And this is them because there is no expiry date in our membership. There is no fees that's associated with membership. And that's the reason why we want to go back to this network member. Are they still active? And one of the ways actually to do this survey, maybe a majority of them is no longer actually interested or already changed affiliations and so on. So we will have plenty more opportunities. And yes, we will report on early suggestions that we will look into what's work and what doesn't work from the past strategy. I believe that the last time AB discussed on the network was AB 10 or something, so that was quite a while ago.
Can I jump in? There was something more recent, but I can speak with the Secretariat colleagues after to see what we can find from just a few years ago. Thank you.
All right. So in terms of the strategy of engagement of the network, the last paper that I saw was back then. So we will actually provide a new proposal for the strategic engagement with the network members and the kind of partnership that we would like actually to have with them. So that's going to be for the next AB. Thank you for Ambrosio. Thank you for the comments on and the clarification on how we should take up the guidance of the COP. Yes, of course, like at the point of September, this is the time when we actually report that. So we will take that into account in the operation of the CTCN. What's the month of, so the prioritization criteria was approved at the AB 23 and uploaded in the website of the 2024, April 2024. And of course, like it took a little bit of time to actually to communicate to countries because, you know, the pipeline is coming and continuing, and therefore we cannot apply that particularly on the one that's already in the pipeline. So it's not fair for them because they don't know about the discussion, they don't know about the board. So, but there will be a report on this during the technical assistance specific discussion tomorrow morning. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ariesta. So we now move forward with the sub-item 16.2, the presentation on the CTCN's 2024 financial report. So I'd like to invite UNEP to present the 2024 accounts as well as the report by activity area. So I turn over the floor to Rima Dabach, who is CTCN's Administrative Officer with UNEP. So Rima, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Rima Dabach, and I am the Administrative Officer of CTCN. I am based in Paris, and I work very closely with the administrative team of CTCN, who is based here in Copenhagen. That is Nima Joshi, Bibiana Sanchez, who you know very well, and Woo Young Kim, who is based in Korea to support Palo office on the operational side. In today's presentation, I will be focusing on 4 points. The first one is a presentation of the financial statement, income and expenditures for the fiscal year 2024 that is presented to you for endorsement. The second point is the financial report by CTC and service areas. The third one is funds availability at the end of the fiscal year. And the last one would be the total secured funding up to date since the inception of CTCN. I'm presenting here a snapshot of the document that is presented for endorsement by AB members, AB/2025/25/16.2. This is the official financial statement that follows the United Nations official template. In summary, we received in 2024 total voluntary contributions of $4.7 million, and the total expenditures were $9 million, out of which 8.3 are for direct costs and 698 for program support costs. The details of financial expenditures for the direct cost by cost category is presented to you in the document that is in your hands for endorsement. In the next slide, I'd like to go through the details of received contributions in 2024. So in this slide, we see that the installments received are a combination of installments related to some signed donor agreements, pledges that date from 2021 and 2022. That is mainly from the Republic of Korea, where we received 1.9 million, from the European Commission, where we received $545,000, and the Adaptation Fund, $485,000. In addition, we received some new contributions in 2024, notably from the government of Germany, where we received $1 million, Japan, $361,000, Sweden, where we received $188,000, and Spain, where we received $110,000. In addition to these voluntary contributions, CTCN received pro bono support equivalent of $334,000 from the government of Korea and Japan for technical assistance. In this slide, I'd like to walk you through the financial report by CTC and service areas. The total budget approved for 2024 in the AOP was $10 million, and the total expenditures in that fiscal year was $8.6 million. In this presentation, the budget is presented in green, and the actual expenditures by service area are presented in blue. Overall, CTCN spent 87% of the total approved budget. Total expenditures remained within the approved budget by service area, whereby we spent $5.4 million on technical assistance, $1.4 million on CTCN operations, $515,000 on stakeholder engagement, $573,000 on the NDEs and network engagement, $148,000 on knowledge management systems, $315,000 on capacity building, $222,000 on outreach and communications, and $39,000 on the monitoring and evaluation. Overall, we noticed that there is a slight under expenditures under the knowledge management systems and the capacity building and CTCN operations, and that's due to the ongoing recruitments that were presented by Ariesta a while ago, and we noticed that there's a slight over expenditures for the technical assistance. In this slide, I'd like to show you, just in a pie chart, the percentage of expenditures by work component. We take note that 62% of the expenditures were allocated for technical assistance, followed by 15% for CTCN operations, 7% for NDEs and network engagement, 6% for stakeholder engagements, 4% on capacity building, followed by 2% for AB meetings and other UN meetings, 2% on outreach and communication, 2% on the KMS component, and the smallest component was the monitoring and evaluation. I'd like to pause here to take any questions you might have on the financial statement for 2024, and to allow AB members to review the financial statement that is presented to you for endorsement.
Thank you very much, Griba. So indeed, colleagues, we are opening the floor with a reminder that the action for this item is to endorse the 2024 final financial statement. So the floor is open for AB members who wish to intervene. I see Egypt, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I'm not a financial member, but I'm wondering with the numbers here, the budget was for 2024 is 10 million, and the expenditure became 8 and 600,000 million. There is a saving here. It will be for the next year budget, or how? Please explain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll take a few questions. Next is Canada, please.
Thank you very much. I have two questions. The first is if Secretary could expand a little bit upon the column on CTCN operations in the bar graph. It's showing that CTCN operations was at 1.4 million. And then a document which we are looking to approve talks about 2.2 million for staff and personnel costs. And I understand that possibly not all salaries and personnel costs are captured under one column. They're perhaps spread across TA versus operations, but I'd like to understand what gets captured under operations and what get captured elsewhere, because when you look at the service area document, there's no salary, there's none of those costs under TA either. So a little bit of an explanation would be great, thank you. And then my other question is there a little bit of an explanation on why the M&E spending was much lower than budgeted for? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the European Commission.
Thank you very much to Rima and the Secretariat for this presentation. And before my intervention, I want to make one point very clear that, I mean, from our side, we don't have any doubt at all about CTCN's account and the financial management, and we don't question that in any sort of way. And kind of some of the points that I'm making are more kind of about aesthetic questions rather than on the substance of the financial management. And perhaps if you can bring it back on the screen, the bar chart that you had with the 2024 approved budget and expenses with the green and the blue graphs. I think that this is a really clear and pedagogic description of what the CTCN does, which is really useful to us as advisory board members. And like one point that I wanted to make is that this breakdown is then not the same breakdown that then shows up in for example, the final financial report. And I think even if it's just an aesthetic thing, it would be quite easy and good for us if those documents could at least show where the different costs come from, because it would help us compare the different documents. So that would be really good. And then I echo the point that was raised by Canada in terms of the monitoring and evaluation. I'm also wondering about the point on the outreach and communication, because more or less we have spent 2/3 of what we had planned. Because I think really with the so many different competing priorities geopolitically at the moment, this is the moment when CTCN should be doing everything that it can on communication and outreach, including for resource mobilization and so on. This is the moment. So then why are we not spending even the full budget that we had allocated on something like communication and outreach, where we all agreed that this is something that is urgently needed? And then my last point, and a positive message on the technical assistance, that in 2024 that the CTCN managed to overspend, it did more expenses than what was budgeted for technical assistance, so that it's done more technical assistance activities than which was planned, which is great in this case, and even being able to do so with lower operations spending, which is really impressive that you managed to do that. But I mean, I think also there are some really positive messages as well from this that we can take with us. I think the CTCN was once described as the little train that can, or that could.
Thank you. European Commission. Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Chair. I will add to comments made by the colleagues. There was very, very good comments. First, a bit of curiosity. The curiosity was what program support cost means, because it's not part of the BART. It's declared separately, but it's not really explained. Or maybe going a little bit more to the point. Perhaps the advice will be that in the future, and if possible, related to this statement, we will have some note published that explains all these items or the methodology for calculation. I believe that might answer some of the questions that the colleagues also have on how we're putting perhaps some personal cost in one, or maybe personal costs associated to communication are going into the staff and personal costs instead of the specific outreach and so on. It would be probably welcome that the outreach and communication is separated from resource mobilization, because outreach and communication, usually we understood that in a general manner, whereas the resource mobilization, especially in this context, you will expect that to be much more targeted to the potential donors, and perhaps there is value on declaring those in a separate manner. Also, a comment I made some time ago, maybe worthwhile separate the donors from the provision of support through programs that the CTCN has won. In this case, for example, the Adaptation Fund. The Adaptation Fund is not really donating to the CTCN. The CTCN is operating one of the projects of the Adaptation Fund. So I think that should be presented in a separate manner, because it's not that they just giving money, it's the CTCN won or was part of a negotiation or a process where these funds, in this case the Adaptation Fund, sometimes the GEP, sometimes the GCF, decides that the CTCN is an appropriate partner to deliver their own funding, and there is quite some merit in that, and perhaps that needs to be declared as a separate, so we'll make the confusion, because they are completely separate from the donors. That will be the understanding. Thanks.
Thank you, Chile. So I see also the Bingo constituency. Please.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the great presentation, and I echo what other colleagues mentioned. Just I got a little bit confused because we have a budget and the total amount of income is significantly lower. And I saw that there are lots of mentions of total budgets that we have and that, but it would be nice to have an overview per year on the total amount of funds that we still have, and to understand that although we spent more than the amounts that we received this year, we still have sustainability in the accounts. That would be good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Rima, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the questions. I'd like to start with the question from Egypt on the statement of income and expenditures. So indeed, the total amount received in 2024 is 4.7 million, but this is not the total resources that are available in the trust fund since inception up to 2027. We will come to this in the second part of the presentation, and I hope that would give clarity on the available resources that would take us onward, and the overall resources received by CTCN since the inception. But on this, financial statement that is presented to you, we have to show the income in 2024, but then the total expenditures, the $9 million that is against the approved budget for 2024 is basically sponsored by the donor contributions that were received in the trust fund in previous years and that were rolled over for the years. And that's why you see that the total expenditures is 8.3 million, which is in line with the approved budget, and $698,000 that is for program support costs. But I acknowledge that this is, for the sake of presenting the financial report for 2024, we have to show the income received for that fiscal year, and the total expenditures occurred in that fiscal year, with the understanding that the budget, of course, can only be implemented because we have some contributions that are rolled over from previous years. So I hope that answers the question from Egypt and other interventions on the presentation of available resources in the trust fund. We will come to this in the second part of the presentation. Next, on the details of expenditures by the service area, I acknowledge that here we have a mix of personnel expenditures that are reported under CTCN operations and some that is reported under the technical assistance. What's under CTCN operations is purely the costs of the Secretariat team members. That does not include the consultancy contracts that are dedicated for technical assistance. And I'm sure that Ariesta probably would like to touch base on this, plus the M&E component where we had an underspending. The major reason for underspending is due to the time it takes to recruit in the UN. So that's why, if you remember when Ariesta presented, she gave in the last slide an overview of the ongoing recruitments, and that basically led to that under expenditures for CTCN operations. On the technical assistance, yes, and thank you, and indeed it's a positive message. Actually, in the document that is also presented to you, you can see the details of expenditures by the subcomponents in the service area. We did not present it here because we think that it will be maybe a lot of details, but we can also, discuss it if needed. Next questions. From Chile, yes, very well noted on the adaptation fund, and I think that the second part of the presentation will give a better overview of what's available unearmarked that is valid for the duration of the trust fund, in addition to the specific donor agreements and its validity date and conditionality. So we will come to this in a while. I don't know if Ariesta would like to say something on the over expenditures by work component before we move on to 2025 priorities.
Yes, thank you for the questions. I think there is a questions on the not the M&E, no, not the outreach, the capacity.
Sorry. It was about the under expenditures for the capacity building, knowledge management, and outreach and communication. Just if you'd like to reflect something substantively on that side. Otherwise, financially, I think it's really due to the ongoing recruitments. Please. Good?
Okay, so there's no further comment. Rima, have you finished your responses?
Yes, I have finished my responses. I hope I answered all your questions. Otherwise, please feel free.
Thank you very much once again, and thank you, colleagues, for your inputs. And of course, the CTCN and UNEP will take those into account with future reporting. But with that, can we take it that the Advisory Board has endorsed the 2024 final financial statement? Thank you very much, colleagues. So in terms of sub-item 16.4, the update on CTCN finances, Rima, you have the floor on this point as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. In this slide, I'd like to walk you through the funds availability at the end of 2024. And here, as you can see, we've listed all the donors that contribute to CTCN. We will have around $32 million that is valid up to the end of 2027, with $14.2 million that is available until under the multi-donor trust fund, and that is available up to 2027. And next, we have some specific donor agreements that are earmarked. They have special conditions to sponsor some, approved work components, and they also have different ending dates. Notably, we have contributions from the EU, from Japan, from the Republic of Korea, and the Adaptation Fund. What I'd like to highlight is that 44% of the available resources is only unearmarked. the rest of it is earmarked, and that we have around 81% of the available resources valid up to 2027, while other donor agreements, they have different ending dates, and we will be having some gaps. We expect to receive 23.5 million as available resources in 2025. Again, that's a combination of installments to be received in 2025 and carried over resources from previous years. We also have an expectation to receive 4.7 million in 2026 and 3.6 million in 2027. And I finished my presentation with an overview of the available resources for CTCN, whereby we received $133 million since inception, up to date, and that is valid up to 2027. The biggest donor contributions were received from the European Commission, followed by the Adaptation Fund, Japan, and Denmark, Republic of Korea, and of course we thank all donors for their contributions. There is also a share that was received for pro bono, for technical assistance. As I mentioned, it was $334 million received in 2024 for the work of the service areas. With this, I finish my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions you might have on the outlook for 2025 onward.
Thank you very much once again, this time for reporting on the status of funding available at CTCN. So the floor is indeed open. First, Bingo, please.
Hi. Maybe it's because of the being new factor, but I have a few doubts yet. So it's nice to see the funds availability. But it would be nice as well to see the 2024 balance, since we are talking about the 2024 budget. So to see the total fund availability, then the total costs, what entered, and then the final balance, that would be nice. That would solve my previous question, I think. And in the next slide, you have a consolidation of the total amount received until today, yeah. But then it's valid until 2027, and I believe that's not the total amount of money that we have, because we already spent some of it. So it would be nice to see a comparison between what we received so far, what we spent so far. So if it's consolidated, receive, also consolidated spends, so we can have a clarity on what is still in the future for us to understand how we are going to approve next budgets. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Canada, please.
Yes, thank you. Just a question on Figure 5 that's on the screen right now. I can see that the income from Adaptation Fund, GCF, and GEF are highlighted in red to show that they are different kinds of income. But I'm wondering if, when it's presented like this to, the more casual observer, or, it doesn't quite show that that's a different kind of income that has to be used. That, my understanding is it's not that you're getting, you're not getting the cash to be able to use. The way it's presented now, it really looks like you're getting a significant amount of cash to use for operations or whatever from the GCF and all that, and that's not exactly how it is. So I'm wondering whether, in addition to the red that says it's from other mechanisms, but perhaps you can elaborate a little bit now, or, it's just how these incomes are different, and the fact that it doesn't really, and I know some of the issues in the past have been discussed about how, the funding from the GCF doesn't necessarily cover overhead or those kind of operational requirements. So my point is really just about how these are quite different, and it might be good to have an additional explanation that they are not, they're not really the same. Thank you.
Thank you to both colleagues. So Rima, you have the floor to respond.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, the remaining balance from 2024 is basically rolled over to 2025, but it's also available for the next AOP cycle. So basically, we're not carrying over the remaining balance within the approved budget for 2024 and allocating it for the specific work components. That would be added to the available balances in the trust fund, open for the AOP process, and that's why we did not show the balance here. But I take the point, and we will find a better way of presenting the remaining balances from the previous cycle and how it's been mapped to the new one. In terms of the available resources, it's basically 32 million that is available up to 2027. Indeed, this is showing the total income received from all the donors, 133. So, but that's basically since the inception up to date. It's really to acknowledge, the contribution of all the donors. But the remaining balance that we can, work with, especially in the next, meeting for the AOP of 2026, it would be, based on $32 million. So I hope that answers the question on the budget, and I take note of the need to refine the presentation so we can show the rolled over balances and the available resources for the next cycle. On Canada's note, thank you. It's very difficult to put in one slide a combination of what's unearmarked available up to the ending date of the mandate, but also the earmarked contributions that have special conditions. Yes, I agree. Probably the adaptation fund, we will need to reflect on this work specifically, maybe through another slide. But it basically has, different ending dates. I don't know on the substantive side if yes, our other colleagues would like to, explain more, but, we can take note of the need to, spend this differently and present it differently, so we don't give the illusion that basically this cash is available to continue, to support the operations of the AOP as usual. So that's why we had to really just find the right balance between the unearmarked portion, the earmarked portion with the different ending dates.
Maybe just to add, I was informed also that the presentation of consolidated income in that manner was done as per advice by previous advisory board, and therefore we take note for the next time around to try to find a way to present it in a much better and clearer way. Thanks.
Thanks very much, and thanks again to Rima for your reporting. So. With that, colleagues, we close this sub-item and we move on to sub-item 16.3, overview of CDCN activities and priorities in 2025. So I invite Ariesta to briefly present on this.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the floor again. I will be trying to be brief on this. The board has approved the budget and annual operating plan. Oh, I'm sorry.
I see Chile requesting the floor.
Yes, sorry to come back again to the issue, but I consulted with my colleagues and I believe this was not answered, the question on the program support cost, if we can understand where these $700,000 are used for. And just to reiterate that advice, in the future maybe a technical note will take us a long way to explain all these details that perhaps cannot be captured adequately in a PowerPoint presentation. Thanks.
Thank you. Would you like to respond?
Sure. Thank you. So the program support cost is basically the cost that is approved in each donor agreement when they contribute to CTCN. The standard cost for UNEP is 13%. We do have some other arrangements for CTCN and also for the EU. So basically what we're reporting here is a consolidated amount of what has been charged in that fiscal year. And again, I think the trick here is that we're reporting on the consolidated expenditures for CTCN against the approved budget for that specific year, not by donor contribution. We're not presenting you here with detailed expenditures of the finances related to each and every single donor contribution. And that's why, because it's really, at the AOP budget level, we consolidated the expenditures occurred for the program support cost, which is basically to cover, it's considered to be the overhead costs occurred by the United Nations in accordance with the donor agreements. And that is, consolidated and reported to you here for the sake, of course, of transparency and because it's an official financial statement, so you can see how much goes in support of the overhead of the UN.
Thank you very much for that clarification. So, are you requesting the floor again? No? Thank you. Ariesta? Oh, you are? Please go ahead, Chile.
Yes, sorry to keep coming back to this issue. If just to check if I understood correctly, so this is what UNEP charges for the donations that go to the CTCN. Then is this money used on the transaction cost, or then it goes inside UNEP to other programs or something like that? Just to understand, to see if I'm getting correctly that what it is, and then how is that used later? Thanks.
Thank you. This is for the overhead, for the overall expenditures that are occurred at the organization level, for the legal support, clearing, the contracts, for the, all the expenditures that cannot be attributed only to CTCN, but they are really the overall expenditures occurred by the organization and that are attributed to each program, including CTCN, based on the rates that are approved in each donor agreement. So again, the standard cost for UNEP is 13%, but I know that we have another arrangement for CTCN depending on the kind of support, if it's for earmarks or unearmarked. The EU also, they have special rate that is agreed with the UN, but that's indeed the cost that is charged by the organization for the overall operations that are provided across the organization, and that's the share that is applicable to CTCN. Again, it's applied based on our level of expenditures in accordance with the rates included in each donor agreement. I hope that clarifies. Thank you.
Thank you once again. So, Ariesta, you have the floor.
Thank you, Vice Chair. This is a new approach that we're taking, whereby the presentations, we would like actually to present the approach moving forward. It doesn't mean that the CTCN does not undertake the three key service areas that has been mandated by us, but we would like to inform you also what has been happening as well as in the approach that we take for the activities of the CTCN. So the first part that we would like actually to do here is and we've been doing it actually, to inform you that moving the technical assistance outcomes towards or closer to the implementation. The CTCN is not the implementing agency, but some of the activities that we're doing is actually go beyond technical assistance. You've seen this already. This is one example in which the CTCN is currently still engaged. So initially, the CTCN, through the network member, was involved in the preparations of the concept note for a GCF, preparations for, in collaboration with the Kenya Commercial Bank. This is a project that helps with the small, medium enterprises to adopt the clean technologies in Kenya. And you heard already mentioned by some members also that in November, this has been approved by the GCF board, 540,000 in project preparation facility funding. This is no longer a CTCN project, however, CTCN continue to be invited to engage in this. So CTCN sits in the steering committee. Through the NDE also is participating. The CTCN was also asked to actually facilitate the calling for proposal for the other components of the GCF full proposals, and which we did in March. And this is something that the CTCN is currently doing in supporting countries, because there's a lot of requests by countries. What else can you do in facilitating the or helping the technical assistance moving forward? Also, a couple of other projects that was presented, perhaps like for a bit a while from the CTCN side. In Uganda, the CTCN supported the development of the package, again through our network member, including the concept note, PPF, and full funding proposal. And the status of that currently is that a workshop, validation workshop, was held by the end of March with the key stakeholders to review the documents, and it is hoped that the Ministry of Water and Environment Uganda will submit the concept note to the GCF shortly. In West Africa, in collaboration with the West African Development Bank, the CTCN also supported the development of the GCF concept note to introduce of low emission climate resilient agriculture financing facility. At this point of time, due to conflict in some of the participating countries, the concept note submission was actually delayed. So, with other activities that CTCN is doing, you may recall last year the CTCN supported the slum dam technology, which is the a technology that could help prevent the flood, at the same time also could help during the drought. This is the barrier, you can see that in the pictures, but beyond that, the CTCN is taking this forward in partnership with UNEP. We're formulating a full proposal to increase the resilience of people. So this is comprehensive approach, so not only about deploying the slum dam technology in one certain area, but also look into how the technology work more effectively. So how to pair the technology with the early warning system for flood and drought, how to store the slum dam hardware, and how to empower farmers to use them, and so on and so forth. And with this, we expect actually to submit the full proposal by October 2025. In the Maldives, the CTCN is helping formulation of the concept note to the adaptation fund. And this is also as a continuation of the CTCN AFSIA TA project that has been completed last year. Further examples from the Asia and the Pacific. In Samoa, the CTCN has supported the TA on carbon sinks monitoring technologies, and currently we coordinating with the government of Samoa and IGT, which is the network members that develop or that supported the technical assistance, and MSIT of government of South Korea to secure funding for this initiative. In Pakistan, as part of the follow-up for the technical assistance on NDC implementation or technology roadmap on the waste and water sectors that CTCN has completed, in collaboration with the GGI, CTCN is developing 2 concept notes, 1 concept note for the adaptation fund and 1 concept note aimed at the climate and clean air coalitions. We also help by facilitating the coordination among the government of Pakistan, GGGI, and other financial organizations. In Bangladesh, after the completions of the Dhaka Integrated Transport Management Center, in Intelligent Transport System in Dhaka, which was done in collaboration with the Korean National University of the Transport, we developed a project proposal together for the Korea International Cooperation Agency. So the CTCN also plays important role in coordinations with the government of Bangladesh and Dhaka Transportation Coordination Authority to secure funding from KOICA. Now, these are a few things, example that we currently are doing, but also there are opportunities that we would like actually to see. For example, based on the AOP for the 2024, there are 13 concept note and project proposal that's developed as the result of that. These concept note are not ready yet for going into our submissions for funding from the financing entities. And also we take note that currently this is not in the scope of work CTCN to follow up with the potential financing opportunities. Our focus of work has been, as per our mandate, is actually to do the technical assistance, conduct technical assistance, and in doing so, this would require additional resources. But as you have seen in the previous slides that I just presented, the colleagues, especially the technology specialists in all different regions, has been approached again by countries whereby they quite rely on the CTCN to actually support them or facilitate the connections with the different accredited entities and other potential funder. The other areas that I would like to mention for this year is we would like to explore opportunities for creation of programs with a specific thematic area. And why we would be interested in doing that is, of course, the basis of the success of the AFSIA, which is a adaptation fund supported program that run by the CTCN. And thinking about earlier the comments by AB member, why there's only adaptations, where is what happened with the mitigation. We think that this type of programs could actually also generate the country's demand on that. So as long as it's based on the 5 transformation areas of the CTCN program of work. And such a program may be actually more effective to, attractive to potential funders. So we would like actually to see if we can pilot with some of the areas of work that where the TA is already ongoing. For example, in the cement, SF6, this is part of the transformative industry, which the program could do with the combined knowledge sharing, but also in terms of the program for capacity building and communication outreach for the other relevant specific thematic areas. The second part of the big undertaking for the CTCN is to strengthen the capacities of NDEs and engagement with NDAs. And of course, there is always a mandate for the CTCN to support the building capacities and strengthen capacity of NDEs, and this will, particularly on the NDE logistics support, this will be discussed in the specific agenda item, so I will not touch upon that. But one exciting thing is on the engagement with the NDAs. As you know, that this has been the call, especially also by parties, that the interaction between NDE and NDAs is very, very important. So the CTCN has been included this in different kind of activities within the joint work program, but particularly on 2025, with the new GCF organizational strategy, including the Readiness 2.0, the collaborations between NDE and NDA is going to be even more important. So we have actually participated and we have collaborated and reached out to our GCF counterparts. And one of the areas that we agree with the GCF is participation of NDEs in the GCF regional structure dialogue. And why is this important? Because this is where the NDAs, accredited entities, the potential funders, the private sector of GCF will actually present. And we actually had one already took place a couple of weeks ago in Caribbean for St. Kitts and Nevis, where the Secretariat reached out to a number of NDEs, and 4 NDEs were actually able to come and participate in this. The next time around, it's going to be 19th of May, which is focusing on the small islands in the Pacific, whereby, again, we reach out to countries, and 3 NDEs will actually be supported by CTCN to attend this. One of the things I would like to mention, of course, there are upcoming GCF other regional structure dialogue, but on this that we would actually depend on the GCF event. We also collaborating closely with the GCF, for example, to share informations to overcome the operational challenges, including, for example, share information about completed TAs with the GCF regional team and see whether there is a attraction or there is interest from the regions actually to take up and follow on of the TA. As well as have information sharing with the accredited entities for the project scale up. For example, some of the institution that we approach, like COICA and so on. They are the accredited entities where CTCN has already in communication for some of the technical assistance that have been completed. I mentioned this, and I don't want to repeat that information, but one of the area for this year that we would like to do is to reinvigorate the engagement of the network members. I've already seen you the slides. This is the timeline for the survey. So April survey period is April 20th. We'll try really to close the survey in May, analyze the result in June and July, and completes the draft for the sharing of the result, as well as the propose for the engagement strategy for the network members for the AB. So these are, again, 3 major areas that we would like to do this year beyond the capacity building, technical assistance, as well as the knowledge sharing programs that the board has already approved in September meeting. I would like to hand back to you.
Thank you very much, Ariesta. So we are a bit behind time, but we do wish to open the floor for any interventions. So Papua New Guinea and then the Bingo constituency, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ariesta, for all of the wonderful information that you've presented today. As you know, we had the non-annex and Annex 1 constituency meetings this morning, and the non-annex 1 constituency met, and we reflected on some of the priorities and strategic goals of the CTCN. We prepared a little statement, so I'll try and be brief, but essentially the core ideas that we're trying to transmit in this statement is that we urge for accelerated resource mobilisation. We want to see advanced implementation of the TNAs and the TNA outcomes, and we want these accelerated efforts by the CTCN to contribute more to the Paris Agreement goals, including the temperature and adaptation goals, as we see those as very good way to reflect on the effectiveness of the CTCN as an institution. So the longer version of that is that we, the non-Annex 1 members of the CTCN Advisory Board, would like to express our appreciation for the Secretariat's ongoing work in engaging and empowering nationally designated entities, delivering technical assistance, mobilising resources, and facilitating matchmaking efforts. As developing countries, we face shared challenges in addressing the impacts of climate change while also navigating unique national circumstances that shape our respective priorities and responses. We recognise the diverse and polycentric nature of the global climate technology landscape, yet we underscore the need for the CTCN to assume a central, strategic and visible role within it, especially in fulfilling its core mandate to promote the accelerated, diversified and scaled-up transfer of environmentally sound technologies for climate mitigation and adaptation in developing countries, aligned with our sustainable development priorities. Scientific evidence continues to highlight the urgency of immediate action to reach net zero emissions and foster climate resilience. Technological innovation and dissemination are essential to this transition, particularly in developing countries where progress cannot be achieved without them. We therefore call for a strengthened, more impactful implementation of the CTCN mandate to support the Paris Agreement's global temperature and adaptation goals, as well as to drive the financial flows needed to implement technology needs assessment outcomes. Despite commendable efforts by the CTCN, we remain concerned that the current impacts fall short of what is needed to meet the scale and urgency of the climate crisis. We urge the CTCN to deepen alignment with national policy frameworks, including national action plans, nationally determined contributions, technology needs assessments, and technology action plans. Outcomes from the TNAs must be positioned at the centre of technology planning, implementation, and resource mobilisation efforts. To achieve this, a strengthened and strategic resource mobilisation approach is essential. Technology development and transfer are not possible without predictable and adequate financial support. Developing countries in particular require increased access to resources to translate TNA outcomes into meaningful action. Current funding levels are insufficient. we expect renewed resource mobilisation efforts to better reflect the urgency of developing countries' needs and to unlock financing from both public and private sources. The successful implementation of TNA outcomes is fundamental to enabling effective technology development and achieving low-emission, climate-resilient development pathways. We encourage the CTCN to strengthen support mechanisms that facilitate this implementation, including enhanced coordination with financial institutions, in particular stronger linkages with the Green Climate Fund, especially through renewed readiness support, as well as with the Global Environment Facility through its 9th replenishment. Loss and damage funds and other relevant windows are critical to ensure that these priorities move from planning to action. We appreciate the Adaptation Fund's leadership in supporting technology and innovation for climate adaptation in developing countries, as highlighted through various initiatives. We also acknowledge the role of artificial intelligence as a powerful tool to support climate action, not as a standalone solution, but as an enabler that should complement and align with country-driven priorities. AI should be deployed to support the implementation of the aforesaid NDCs, NAPs, TAPs, TNAs, and other strategic processes, ensuring it is integrated into broader climate strategies that promote effectiveness, impact, and equity. We commend the contributions of nationally designated entities and recognise the need to further empower and support them. Likewise, we believe the expertise and potential of network members can be more effectively harnessed to reinforce country-driven climate technology solutions. We are grateful for the support provided through the technical assistance projects. However, we note a recurring pattern in the selection of international consultants, often working remotely or during short missions. We encourage greater diversity in consultant selection with increased inclusion of local experts to help build national capacity and ensure long-term sustainability of climate technology solutions. We value the role of UNEP and its leadership as host of the CTCN. However, we request further clarity on the roles and engagements of the other consortium members that won the bid to originally host the CTCN. We also encourage UNEP's Climate Division to play a more active role in resource mobilisation in support of the CTCN. Finally, we reaffirm our strong commitment to collective action in addressing climate change. We reiterate our belief in the CTCN's indispensable role in this global effort. Once again, we thank the CTCN Secretariat and all Advisory Board members for your continued dedication to promoting the accelerated, diversified and scaled-up transfer of environmentally sound technologies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Papua New Guinea, on behalf of the non-Annex 1 members. Next is the Bingo constituency.
Hi, thank you again for the opportunity and for the presentation. I think we've heard earlier this day that the question on why there are not many projects in Latin America countries, and I think the real question is why there is, or which are the challenges for them to request, because it's not, it has to become a request. And I see that on slide 10, a session on challenges between NDA and NDA, NDA and NDE may be hosted. And I would suggest that once you have more ideas on those challenges, you could invite the members of the board that are part of these countries or these regions to also support you in your daily work on trying to remove these barriers and these challenges and enable countries to bring more requests. And I hereby say that we have some Latin America representatives here that I think we should be together and help you doing that.
Thank you very much. Next is WIPO, please.
Thank you. Just a reflection on the statement from the non-Annex 1 countries and the mandate of CTCN in relation to resource mobilization. So in WIPO Green, we are kind of a little bit in the same situation sometimes, that we do a lot of matchmaking projects on the ground. We are in 10 countries at the moment. We're going into 5 more this year. And we are met with the same demands for moving towards implementation, which is of course natural and what we want to do also. But the caveat of that is that mobilizing resources for actually taking we call them matches, but it's in many ways, it's a bit similar to what you do in the TAs. To take that on to actually implement the technologies on the ground requires a lot of work on our side to find the resources. And so there is a trade-off, and I was just so. Maybe it's just a comment, and maybe in support on one of Ariesta's slides, where you said that resource mobilization and implementation is maybe not the direct part of your mandate, and it will require more resources. I think that is something you really need to keep in mind on where is your. I mean, your budget is quite limited, to be frank. CTCN's budget is not impressive. So where do you want to put your eggs? I mean, should you do what you do already and have done well for a number of years, do these TAs, or should you then use a larger part of these eggs and put them towards trying to mobilize funding internationally? So I think what I'm just trying to say here is that a small caution of how this is possible, and we would love to talk further with CTCN also on your experience in this, because we're a little bit in the same situation. We're trying to find finance partners and implementation partners for the matches that we find, but it does take time. It's not that easy, and the landscape is changing rapidly all the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now UNEP CCC, please.
Thank you very much. And my name is Sarah Trarup. I'm head of the technology unit in Copenhagen Climate Center of UNEP, and also manage the Global Technology Needs Assessment project funded through the GEF. So I thank you for the presentation of the activities of priority for 2025. And I wanted to make a few notes that we look forward to continue the collaboration with the CTCN in supporting the countries that are part of the so-called TNA Phase 4, 17 countries that are at the last stages of finalizing their technology action plans and the concept notes. And we were happy to have CTCN participating in the global TNA workshop a few weeks back in Nairobi. On that note, it's also very much appreciated that we engage at an early stage with the CTCN, also on the countries taking part of TNA Phase 5 that are at the early stages of the process, and we hope to continue a close collaboration supporting them for the next 3 years. Then finally, we at UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center look forward to continue the engagement with the advisory board on the Climate Technology Progress Report for the 2025 edition, where we have representation of several advisory board members in the steering committee, and we have a focus on bioeconomy for this year's report and technologies that have a clear climate angle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Merit Sarah, and thank you to all colleagues. I see Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the floor, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to start, of course, appreciating all the colleagues that spoken before me. In particular, I would like to support the statement made by your colleague from the small island developing states. Just wanted to add a reflection into something that we are absolutely used to use that, and that is the synonym of technical assistance request to response to parties' requests. We're using it as a synonym. So we assume, and have assumed for a very long time, that the requests are responded by a technical assistant. And of course, there is some leeway in terms of how do you understand technical assistant, but it felt important to note that on the mandate of the functions of the CTCN, that's paragraph 123 of a very old decision, the decision that created the CTCN, is letter little a, that asks or the request of developing country parties, first, providing advice and support, then facilitating the provision of information, including training and support for programs, and then we have facilitating prompt action on the deployment of the existing technologies in developing country parties. The wording of technical assistance doesn't come from the letter that has the function of request of developing country parties. That language comes from a different letter that is related to the network. So if you go to the letter regarding facilitating a network, then you can find that part of the function of the network is to provide the technical assistance. But why is this maybe relevant? because then when we go to the modalities of the CTCN that were decided afterwards, when we go to the modalities regarding managing requests for developing country parties, you have first support countries in developing draft proposals into fully articulated proposals. Then we have, of course, provide technical support and advice for development of TNAs and so on, provide technical support and advice for tools, for identifying technology and so on, provides advice and policy measures, and then we have match needs to available support and facilitate access to support. So where does come this synonym between technical assistance and request by developing country parties? This synonym seems to come from the UNEP product when implementing the CTCN, when hosting, because that product is the one that actually mixes the response to the request by parties with the technical assistance. I'm just making this point to signal that first, our understanding or the common understanding of the mandate seems to be more narrow than actually what the original guidance and decisions allow to. That's the first point. And of course, we know we're limited by the existing resources, but this is also an invitation looking towards the future on what CTCN can and should be doing, and it seems that it's not limited to a very narrow understanding of what technical assistance are, or even technical assistance at all. And might also remind colleagues that we have the periodic assessment decision that include the reference to the support to NDs that's been implemented, but also the reference to creating local champions through pilot and demonstration projects. But I'm gonna ask on the status of implementation of that decision when we get to the specific TNA section of this meeting. Thanks.
Thank you, Chile. So the CTCN director will respond.
Thank you very much for the questions. I think perhaps one thing that I haven't mentioned, well, the question from Bingo with the challenges of the LAC region, yes, certainly we can engage AB members. And in fact, in the context of the NDE forum, AB members were always invited to participate and discuss with the NDEs. But also, like based on what we heard so far, there is also a concern within the NDA in terms of connections with the NDEs and NDAs with regard to the willingness for the coordinations and this interaction happening on the ground. So there is a lot of rooms to work on, of course, on that, and that's one of the reasons why we pick on the a forum together with the GCF, where actually we would facilitate the connections between those two entities. Thank you, WAPO, and for the comment, and we look forward to continue discussion and collaborations with you on the sharing of the different challenges, but also perhaps like finding like a good innovative solutions that can work in terms of how we deal with this bringing or trying to move the project from the technical assistance into the implementations. And I take note also for UNEP CCC. And then one thing that we would like also to the CTCN is to try to encourage NDE in this year and NDE forum is that the CTCN submit the request for to CTCN to implement the outcomes of the TNA and the TEPs that already identified through the TNA process. So that is very well within the CTCN mandate. On Chile, thank you for looking into the original mandate. I guess this is the also perhaps like a more message now in the context of the parties in June started to review the function of the CTCN, where you, of course, could consider that with some of also the colleagues who will be part of that group. But what I think the job of the CTCN here as a secretariat is to present you with what we're doing, and highlight where the challenges are. That so far we have been quite transparent and open, and also perhaps this is something that you could take into considerations when parties discuss the review of the function of the CTC in June. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thanks very much for that response, and thanks to all colleagues who contributed to this session. So we are behind time, and in our next session, we have to accommodate colleagues joining online, including from East Asia. So I would invite you to for us to take a 10-minute coffee break, and we'll come back in 10 minutes' time. Thank you.
Dear members, please take a seat. We will be starting the second session.
Yes. Thank you, colleagues. We're beginning the next session, so please do take your seats. Thanks very much. So we're moving on, colleagues, to agenda item 17, coordination with other UNFCCC bodies. And to begin, I would like to invite Mr. Hansol Park from the GCF to take the floor. Thank you for joining us so late, Hansol. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vice Chair. Just kindly checking whether I'm audible, and I'm sharing my screen at the moment.
Thank you. Yes,
checking whether
we can both hear you and see the screen.
Excellent. Thank you so much. I'm actually sharing my screen. Actually, it's not allowing me to share or project my screen. Just kindly checking whether the secretary can either grant me the authority to share my screen, or if the secretary could kindly project my slide from
Secretariat
yours.
already projected the presentation and will be coordinating it from this side. Please proceed.
Thank you so much. Since I can't see which slide you're on from my screen, if the camera can show, thank you so much. Grateful if you could go to the previous slide. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vice Chair, and thank you, distinguished members of Advisory Board, for giving the GCF the opportunity to present our work report to you with regards to how we have been fulfilling mandates that are given to us.
We do not see the presentation.
Thanks. I'll continue. Today, I have a colleague of mine who has joined this presentation in response to the request that we received prior to our presentation to present an overview of GCF's Readiness Support Program and its modalities. I am hereby joined by my colleague, Ms. Eldana Jumalieva. So this presentation is comprised of two sections. First segment by me, and followed by Eldana's presentation, where she will present elements related to the readiness program and its operational modalities. Next slide, please. Thank you so much. This slide provides the illustration of the latest COP and CMA decisions that GCF has received through its guidance to GCF. Both decisions included two key elements related to the technology mechanism. The first one, which welcomes the acknowledgement of the continued collaboration between GCF and the TEC and CTCN. There's also an element of encouragement for GCF to continue the collaboration with CTCN to enhance access to technology with a focus on increasing impact and coherence. Based on these decisions, our board, the governing body, has deliberated and instructed the Secretariat to continue our engagement with the technology mechanism in line with USP2 and relevant provisions included in this strategic document. As part of ongoing collaborative work between GCF and the constituted bodies, GCF had organized the 9th annual dialogue with the constituted bodies. At the 9th meeting, we had an honor of welcoming the chair and the vice chair of the advisory board. And during their interventions, the two representatives expressed their interests in increasing the participation of the NDEs in relevant GCF events, including regional dialogues, and also exploring the organization of the NDE forums back-to-back with the GCF events. They also underscored and proposed the leveraging of the CTCN Palo as a dedicated liaison function facing GCF. Finally, there was a suggestion relating to the encouragement of the GCF representatives to join the future CTCN advisory board meetings. Next slide, please. On this slide, we provide an overview of GCF support, which was included in our latest annual report to COP, which is the 13th annual report to COP. And as a gentle reminder, GCF utilizes three main windows to support and channel technology development transfer, namely Readiness Preparatory Support Program and Project Program windows, and cutting-edge initiative such as technology incubation and accelerations. I won't go into the details because a lot has been already shared in the previous meetings, but I'm happy to provide further details should any of the advisory board member have any specific question relating to these three items. The last point, which is very important, is the use of the Integrated Result Management Framework and its core indicator, which allows GCF to interact with our project proponents in monitoring their reporting activities, which is guided by indicators that are attached to this framework. And the core indicator 6 is dedicated to tracking technology support, which is very important and allows GCF to systematically monitor and track our contribution on the ground in the context of technology. Our project template also invites our accredited entities to fully elaborate on the technology relevant components within their projects. All this is quite significant because it allows us to monitor and engage with various stakeholders during both design and the implementation stage of the projects we support. On the right side, I offer you some summary of key figures that we included in the annual report. The key points that I want to offer to you in this slide is we have reported that 22 delivery partners have implemented approximately $80 million worth of 109 technology-focused readiness proposals. And this includes, of course, 31 readiness grants supported by CTCN delivery partner. We continue to utilize our artificial intelligence backed analysis, the tool, to analyze what's the proportion of the projects that GCF financed that include at least one project component relating to technology. And as you see on the screen, 78% of entire GCF portfolio is dedicated to a project that includes at least one technology component within its financing goals, with a very good balance between mitigation and adaptation. In taking this opportunity, please allow us to invite the advisory board members to please review the table 1 of the annual report. This table 1 is important information because the Secretariat attempted to summarize key technology solutions or interventions that GCF has financed during the reporting period. So it provides a quite comprehensive list of activities that were supported by GCF in the context of our fulfillment of technology mandate. We also reported the board approval of the latest projects supported by Korean Development Bank And this project is important because it anchors on the business model of technology incubators and accelerators. And as shared in the previous meeting, we're in consultation with the accredited entity to organize second webinar on this project. Once the content and timeline are confirmed by the accredited entities, we will communicate the details to the CTCN Secretariat so that wider audience can join this important dialogue. We also reported our extensive engagement with the technology mechanism, including cross-participation in relevant strategic events, including NDE Forum and GCF regional dialogues, as well as virtual events. I'll share further details later during my presentation on the outcome of the latest engagement in this context. Next slide, please. If I can be very personal here, this particular slide is very close to my heart because it really highlights the strong alignment between GCF support and the priorities identified in the country's TNAs. And this was based on our review of projects approved by our GCF board at the latest its board meeting. And this was a part of intellectual exercise GCF Secretariat has undertaken to examine whether or not there's visible alignment between the needs identified in the TNA and the support that GCF has channeled through our projects. We looked at the cases of 3 single country projects. I will not go into detail, but key takeaway here is across all 3 cases, we observed a strong alignment between project priorities financed by GCF and those identified through national TNAs. We believe it demonstrates how GCF support is effectively responding to country-driven technology needs and priorities, which further reinforces the value of TNAs as a foundation for robust climate investment planning. Next slide, please. This slide is also quite important part of this presentation, particularly the item on the left, which concerns the revision of the Readiness Results Management Framework. It's very important, the outcome of this exercise in relation to the ongoing collaboration that we enjoy with the CTCN. The core goal of this revision was to ensure that there are stronger alignments between GCF's readiness strategy and its operational modalities in line with relevant USP2 targets and the indicators under the RRMF. We have taken conscious and significant efforts to include clear references to the priorities of the technology mechanism, namely TNA, NDE engagement, and technology support. These references are very important because, in principle, these elements should be used to inform and guide the users who are responsible for reporting duties attached to the readiness grants that they are managing. We have highlighted TNA as a policy instrument that supports an enabling environment for integrated climate investment, contributing to the implementation of key national strategies in line with relevant mandates that GCF received. We also underscored the importance of the NDE as a key UNFCCC focal point, who should be considered and invited to the inclusive coordination mechanism, which is part of the readiness program. On the right side, as mentioned by previous speakers in different segments, we had the honor and pleasure of announcing the approval of a PPF grant for one of our important accredited entities based in Kenya. This special announcement was a significant milestone for all the stakeholders who are part of this joint journey, because it showed a important achievement that allowed the partners to enter a new realm beyond what was within the context of readiness or other project domain. I invite the interested members to please take a look at the approved grant document, where you'll be able to see how the vision is articulated in terms of the preparatory work in relation to this grant. 2 points really stand out: that CTCN's role is clearly visible in the context of its support for enabling environment. The CTCN is also expected to join the steering committee during the project preparation period. And we hope that this important work will be generating important insights that can be replicated and shared with relevant stakeholders who are interested in continuing this activity. Next slide, please. First of all, I wish to also acknowledge my sincere thanks to the CTCN and also the work of the CTCN Palo. Because of its active engagement, we have substantially enhanced the collaboration between the two bodies, and it serves as a key vehicle for strengthening the coordination between the two mechanisms. One of the most tangible areas of impact we have observed is in the context of stronger engagement of the NDEs within the GCF ecosystem, particularly through their active participation in GCF regional dialogues. We believe this has led to more coordinated and impactful country-level engagement. The recent example comes from the Caribbean Regional Dialogue that took place just a few weeks ago, where we observed stronger coordination between NDA and NDE. Some insights that were shared by those of programming teams who are engaging with NDEs and CTCN counterparts are included on the slide, on the right side. I won't go into detail, but it was very important that there was strong recognition that collaborative interventions between CTCN and GCF in the region can help align national efforts with the country's journey for NDC attainment. They also saw the critical potential, how it can further inform the development of funded activities, conceptualizations, and proposals and relevant grants development. And the countries in the region have expressed strong appreciation for the complementary support of CTCN. And there were other countries who have shown growing interest in leveraging the both mechanism to advance their climate goals. Finally, we have spoken with the regional team who represented GCF on this engagement, and they expressed strong interest in following up from what was crafted during this particular engagement through maintaining close cooperation with the CTCN in view of further identifying opportunities to leverage CTCN-supported efforts, either through readiness support or pipeline development for funded activities. Next slide, please. Here, I wish to invite my colleague Eldana to kindly present her parts of the presentation. Eldana, over to you, please.
Thank you, Hansel. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope the weather and the time in Copenhagen are a little bit different to us in South Korea. It's close to midnight, so please accept our apologies for the slight shift in the gaze towards the screen. We will shift gears from very tailored presentation and focused presentation of Hansel to the window that we have through the preparatory readiness and preparatory support program. So we will be presenting financial modalities or financial envelopes that are available, who they are available to, and also the main access modalities. And if there are any questions, we'll be happy to answer them. The presentation is quite short. Please, if we could move on to the next slide. Thank you. So we have three main objectives that we spend funds under the program. The program in its own right, about $500 million, 501 million precisely, secured for the GCF2 period, or the second replenishment period for GCF. This is between 2024 and 2027. We do intend to spend this along three objectives that have been streamlined. We previously used to have 5 objectives. It's not that we have eliminated any areas of support. We have streamlined them for more efficiency, slight refocus from foundational level to programming level, and the better tracking of results and a focus orientation. So we have objective 1, which is primarily setting the foundational work because the countries are still at the various stages of development, including the foundations for the technology development. So objective 1 is about 30% that we target to spend of the overall program funding. And that is policy and regulatory reform, its institutional strengthening and strategic frameworks such as NDECs, NEPs, and long-term strategies. The second objective is where we focus our support in this period. It's about 60% that we target at the portfolio level to expand on this, and this is primarily the actual programming. So it's the development of the investment pipelines, and it's taking them forward through implementation, including building the capacities of countries to design and oversee or deliver the climate investments with the appropriate reporting. Objective 3 is the remaining 10% at the portfolio level that we target to spend, and it's about knowledge sharing between peers. It's also coming together and tackling transboundary issues. And as a general principle, we're looking to use peer-to-peer learning, which is a powerful tool, a bit more intentionally under objective 3. So this is what we spend readiness funding on, meaning what could be covered under readiness. Those 3 objectives are further elaborated into the outcome levels, level indicators in our strategy, which is available on our website. At the bottom of the slide, you see the reference to the specific readiness web page that has several tabs. The overview tab would present the readiness strategy, the board-approved readiness strategy that spells out 3 objectives, but also the next level, meaning outcomes. Apart from that, we don't define or prescribe areas of support. Readiness is entirely a demand-driven program, and we go by the requests that come from beneficiaries. Now, onto the beneficiaries, we have 2 distinct groups of beneficiaries. We have a financing envelope for the DAEs, direct access entities of GCF, and we have an envelope for the countries through our focal points, nationally designated authorities. The DAE financing envelope is 1 million per entity. There could be several entities per country. So the envelope is per entity over 4 years. And the country modality is up to $7,320,000 over 4 years per country. These are individual country allocations, and the breakdown of 7 million needs to be unpacked a little. We have 320,000 that are specifically allocated to LDCs and SIDS. It's only countries with that status that have access to those resources. The 7 million is provided for both mitigation and adaptation in an integrated manner. We used to have an allocation for NAP formulation up to $3 million per country. So it's a non-time bound, but rather per country allocation of 3 million for NAP formulation. Not all countries have used it, so we've kept that allocation for countries that haven't used that allocation. The remaining 4, what used to be yearly allocations, but now we provide them on a 4-yearly basis, and I'll explain how we would bring efficiencies. But we have also made additional NAP-related allowances available. Those could be accessed upon full utilization of the main window of the 7 million, meaning NAP formulation 3 million, but also 4 million that used to be for integrated use of mitigation adaptation, but it was a yearly allowance. So once the 7 million has been utilized, once the envelope has been exhausted, we have a trigger at $150,000, upon which the second NAP implementation allowance could be made available for the country, should it require, within the 4-year period, additional resources for advancing NAP plans to the actual investment pipelines, but also implementation of those adaptation actions. Next slide, please. This slide is what I promised to elaborate a little bit over 4-year planning. We seek efficiencies in fewer programs. This also contributes to predictability of resources that our countries demanded from GCF. So it's no longer an issue-based and incremental grant program. It has a programmatic approach and a longer horizon. So we do require them to plan on a strategic, more intentional medium-term horizon over 4 years, and then make 1 or 2 requests to us. So we set a minimum and a maximum that you see on the slide. It's probably a little bit too detailed for perhaps the purpose of the current forum, but I'll be happy to go back to this slide and answer any questions if there are such on this particular subject. Next slide, please. You can potentially click on all of the steps. Just a couple more clicks, which would lay out the entire slide. Thank you. The access to GCF resources for both windows is similar with very minor differences. So both countries under their country window and DAEs under the DAE window have a 3-step process. It's a rather simple process, which we explain to all of our stakeholders. The first one is the request for support. It's a simple form, 1 page with tick box checks, so that we start mobilizing resources within GCF in terms of human resources and planning to start gearing to provide support. The second step is the single most important change that we brought together with the 4-year change. We changed again from 1 year to 4-year grant cycle for readiness. And there, step 2 is in the strategic planning for readiness. It does require a formal output product of such planning process. We call it terms of reference, and it could be country terms of reference or the DAE terms of reference. And it's a stock take of all of the readiness needs and capacity gaps that countries wish to address by accessing readiness funds. And again, to reiterate, country readiness program is the demand-driven program, and therefore this planning process is critically important, because this is where countries determine what they wish to spend it on, what milestones they wish to achieve over the 4 years. And then step 3, there are various options within step 3. Overall, it's a 3-step process, quite straightforward and short. But in step 3, we give options for direct access by countries and DAEs, and they decide how then the readiness support is delivered, how it's implemented. And there are certain conditions for such direct access. The second option we provide is access with the use of pre-qualified delivery partners. And in this GCF2 period, the fund has undergone the RFP process with open call to the market for expressions of interests for all service providers with specific expertise across the 3 objectives of readiness. We're finalizing the process of pre-qualification of such DPs. The simplest way of thinking of this is having a pool on a standby expertise and service providers. So once the countries or DAEs for their respective window determined what their needs are, they could then further determine whether they wish to use our pre-qualified delivery partners. The selection there will be through mini tenders. It's a rapid response procurement process, or they would wish to access funds independently. There is an option also to combine both, and this is the hybrid approach. So between the 2 programs that they could request over a 4-year period, they could use, for example, one program through direct access and another program through pre-qualified delivery partners. And again, the further elaboration on the actual options is perhaps too much detail for the current forum, but if there are questions, I'd be very happy to answer those. With this, we are prepared to wrap up the presentation. It's the last slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much to both GCF colleagues. So we will now pause the presentations for any interventions related to the GCF presentation. So if any colleagues wish to reflect on the GCF's comments, please raise your flag. So the Adaptation Committee, please.
Thank you for the presentation and for the time. You said that it's almost midnight, so very quickly question. Regarding to the early systems for all, maybe this initiative is not mentioned in the presentation, and maybe I'm not sure how the CTCN is collaborating when warning early systems for all, and if is being included in the analysis that you have been doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other requests. Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the floor. First, we would like to deeply appreciate the efforts that have been made for the past years. We started to see one of the final results in terms of aligning or improving the synergies between the work on the CTCN, of course, the technology mechanism, and the GCF, a very important key component of the financial mechanism. It is with pleasure that we see that we're starting to see references to this work that was supposed to be done together between the mechanism in the guidance instruments that the GCF put at disposition of the NDAs. So when the NDAs start to read this document, they realize that are supposed to collaborate and coordinate with the colleagues on the national designated entities. That was a very small change, but we hope it could have a very high impact, and in fact it's very much welcome, and in particular the efforts that definitely you have a part on, Mr. Hansel. Since significant changes on the past year seem to have been made to the readiness program in the GCF, maybe now there is an opportunity to reignite that partnership that the CTCN had with the GCF on the usage of the readiness program a couple years ago. Perhaps now, and we have been told it will be much more easier to use, with much lower cost to operate. Correct me if I'm wrong, do I understand correctly that the minimum size now is $1 million for the proposals to the readiness in the case of the national focal points? Just to get clarity on the amounts involved. I think that makes it look like a very promising or future promising collaboration under this new period of the GCS. We also look with optimism at the COP guidance regarding increased impact and synergy between the GCF and CTCN, and one example of that is precisely the project presented with Kenya in the use of the project preparation facility. It's an example of what this increased synergy and impact might look like, and of course that is encouraged for the CTCN and GEF to keep, that they could keep engaging and getting good results in that regard. Now touching upon that, because it will be relevant for future collaboration, the same kind of inclusions that were even minor inclusion, but very helpful in terms of this collaboration, could be done to the country program guidance. So if you have included the technology mechanism and the national designated entities on the strategy for the readiness, it's very relevant that the country programming, that is the basis for the projects that the countries present to the GCF, also have this kind of reference. So when countries are doing the country programming, the person doing that looks at it and says, oh, I'm supposed to also consult or include in my consultations the other focal points, amongst them, of course, the focal point of the CTCN, to include the NDEs. So that would definitely be helpful, that if the country programming guidance also has this kind of reference. And of course, the project preparation facility guidelines probably will benefit from that, since we're moving to this collaboration through the project preparation facility. There was a bit of minor things. I realized when looking through the documents that the website still was referencing to the old strategy in some sections, and there was some problem with some of the links. But other than that, this is very much welcome progress. We also note that it seems to be a very long time since a TNA results become into a result on a project under the GCF. We look at the distance in terms of years between the project. That also is quite interesting. And of course, it is very much appreciated that in the meeting number 41 of the GCF, it was decided to establish a regional presence, and maybe through this regional presence, further collaboration can exist between the regional offices of the CTCN and the future regional offices of the Green Climate Fund, and perhaps that's something that can also be considered by the GCF and of course by the CTCN. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So let me turn back to the GCF colleagues to see if you have any responses to those points. You have the floor, GCF.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair, and thank you so much, distinguished members of Advisory Board, for these thought-provoking and insightful questions. Maybe I'll start by sharing my initial response on general points, and with particularly on the points related to readiness, I'll invite Eldana to kindly come in. With regards to the Adaptation Committee's point on the early warning for all, which is an important UNSG initiative, GCF is very active in this engagement. According to the latest database we possess, we are the largest financial contributor to the initiative, and I'm happy to share further details in terms of which projects have indeed contributed to this global flagship effort. In the context of our cooperation with Technology Mechanism on the early warning system for all, this was done through the Tech Activity Group on EWS. I recall an important technical document GCF has contributed to the development of it, which was managed and led by GEO, TechGEO. It was a policy brief on innovation and technology for risk knowledge. We are happy to share further details with regards to how GCF has been working with these partners in the production of this knowledge product, if requested. Thank you, Chile, for your kind words. It means a lot to me. Thank you so much. We indeed take serious efforts internally to explore the possibility of strengthening operationally the linkages between the two parallel support modalities of the two mechanisms. So this was one of the critical outcomes that we are very pleased to share with you, the distinguished members. With regards to your point on the country program guidance, of course, GCF does have a document publication that was made available several years ago in this context, and you will see the reference to the TNA and TAP within this document. But of course, the guidance itself that Secretariat engages with the country, there's a little that Secretariat can tailor, of course, because of the country-driven nature of this process. But I also want to share with you the discussions that we are having using readiness as a potential avenue to support the country platform developments. And this country platform initiative is quite significant because it allows countries to utilize GCF support to map available sources of finance, be it GCF, private sector, other multilateral climate funds, to address needs from the country strategies. So this could be another avenue where the suggested ideas can be captured. Yes, there is ongoing discussion led by our board on the regional presence. Thank you so much for acknowledging that. We are still waiting for board to finalize their deliberation on this topic. But certainly, once the relevant decisions are adopted, the Secretariat will be sharing relevant information with the Secretariat so that any partnership opportunities can be mapped and explored accordingly. Maybe I'll stop here quickly and invite Eldana to come in on the parts, on the readiness, please. Eldana?
Thank you. Although, Hansel, I believe you've covered those sufficiently.
Terrific.
Got it, Eldana. We'll stop here, Vice Chair.
Thank you. Thank you both for those responses, and thank you for being with us so late. Is there an additional intervention? Very briefly, please.
Thank you so much for the really awesome presentation. It was very detailed. Love to hear about all of the really awesome work from GCF as well. One of the questions I had was about, so there were 109 climate tech focused readiness work in the past year. I was kind of curious about how many requests were made throughout the year, and if so, were there any barriers to sort of accepting those requests and sort of the focus on the future as well? Are we focusing on those 3 objectives that were outlined, or is GCF thinking about something else too? So if there's any insights on that, that'd be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. So if the GCF has any very brief response to that?
Yeah,
Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Actually, maybe it's better that we can take this bilaterally, but the gist of our reporting requirement is to provide a summary of the readiness grants that we received during the reporting period, and those readiness grants where we see strong emphasis placed on support for technology, and that is captured in this figure of 109. Of course, there were many other readiness grants that we supported in the given reporting period, but this one is specifically on those where we see strong emphasis on technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks again to the GCF, to both colleagues. So thanks for joining us so late, and we wish you a nice evening. So we continue, colleagues, with our colleague from the GEF, the Global Environment Facility, Ms. Patricia Marcos Huidobro, who is also joining us online. Let me just say that we still have 5 presentations, so I do apologize to the presenters, but I do ask you to please be relatively brief. So Patricia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes.
And you can see my presentation, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon, evening, night, morning, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting the GEF to present our latest development on technology. My name is Patricia Marcos. I am a senior climate change specialist at the JEF, and we'll try to be brief in the interest of time. What has been the support from the JEF to the climate technology agenda? The technology development has been a cost-cutting priority for the JEF since the establishment of the JEF back in 1992, and since then we have provided more than 4,000 million resources channeled to climate technologies. Technology transfer continues to be at the core of our programming directions, and we do have dedicated programming objectives under both climate change mitigation and climate adaptation focal areas. And our projects continue to be country-driven and required to demonstrate alignment with national priorities, including national climate strategies and plans. And I wanted to mention that because unlike our sister fund, the Green Climate Fund, the JEF works in replenishment cycles, and most of our resources there are assigned to all our recipient countries. So recipient countries, they do know at the beginning of our cycle how much resources they have, and they are the owner of the resources, and they can decide how to spend those resources based on their national priorities, and of course in alignment with the JEF programming strategy. So as for the climate change mitigation focal area, we do have two pillars. And as you can see on the screen, pillar one is basically devoted to technology development and transfer. Pillar two, on fostering enabling conditions to mainstream mitigation concerns into sustainable development strategies, is basically responding to the guidance we received from UNFCCC on supporting countries on climate reporting. So under this second pillar, which is not primarily focused on technology development and transfer, is basically devoted to anything related to national communications, being in transparency reports, and TNAs too. So it is not per se investment on technology, it's more reporting. And these are the main 4 entry points for technology development under the climate change mitigation strategy, which is basically energy and materials efficiency, decarbonized power systems, zero emissions mobility scale up, and nature-based solutions with high mitigation potential. As many of you know, we do work on work programs. We have 2 meetings of our council per year, and most of the full-scale projects that are approved on those council meetings. So on the latest council meeting took place in December 2024. The next one is going to be June 2025. And in the latest one, we did approve 2 regional programs, 1 project and 1 project addendum with a strong component on climate technology for a total value of $55 million in JEF funding and more than $1 billion in co-financing. The main technology elements of this project are green hydrogen technologies, electric mobility system, distributed renewable energy, and energy efficiency. And here are the latest projects we have approved. We have approved a project in India focusing on sustainable energy transitions for the decarbonization of micro, small, and medium manufacturing enterprises with a total JEF funding of $9.8 million. We also have approved an addendum of the Global Clean Hydrogen Program. We have added a few countries that were also interested in joining the program, and the total JEF financing for this has been $16 million. And then I'm very happy to report that we have approved 2 more projects under our what we call non-grant instrument, which is the private sector window of the JEF. This window is competitive, it's not drawing on to the country's star allocation of the JEF, and it's basically a competitive window with a strong focus on private sector development. And we have approved 2 projects in the latest program, one in Africa on green mobility, and a second one in Eastern Europe and Central Asia on sustainable and inclusive green acceleration, which is focusing on micro, small, and medium enterprises and how to promote green activities in SMEs with important private sector involvement. And so those two are really innovative. They're not using grant instruments. They're using either loan, equity, or guarantees for private sector involvement in these sectors. So this is the latest approved under the related to climate technologies. And then on climate change adaptation, as many of you may know, we have two smaller funds under the GEF family of funds, which are the Least Developed Country Funds, the LDCF, and the Special Climate Change Fund, the SCCF. And as you can see on the screen, both of them, they have priority areas focused with a strong focus on technology transfer, private sector, and innovation. Under these two funds, since the approval of the GEF8 strategy in 2022, a total of 16 projects have been approved with a value of 177 million, leveraging more than 800 million in co-financing, particularly for LDCs and SIPs. And on the screen, you have the main topics for these projects. And I know this is an important agenda for the CTCN and all the stakeholders, so we have included this slide on the support on climate information and early warning systems under our climate mitigation agenda. And just to let you know that since the inception of these two smaller funds on climate change adaptation, we have approved more than 100 projects in climate information and early warning systems with a value of almost 700 million, which is nearly 30% of the total adaptation project portfolio. This is an area we've been collaborating closely with the TEC and the CTCN. And below you can see a few of the key points that have been raised after our assessment of this project, that more attention needs to be placed on community level risk awareness and capacity building. The private sector involvement remains still a challenge in the early warning system value chains. And we're happy to discuss this further, this agenda, but I will move to the next for the interest of time. So this is basically the latest development on climate change mitigation and adaptation for Calorías of the GEF. But of course, in addition to programming, we continue to explore opportunities for further collaboration with the CTCN. For instance, NDEs are invited to participate in GEF national dialogues. These national dialogues they're funded by the GEF, but they go the scope usually goes beyond the GEF, and the objective is to promote dialogue within the country on what are the environment priorities for the countries and how to best spend not just the GEF resources but also other resources that are received in the country. So these are more often requested from countries at the beginning of our cycle because it gives the country the opportunity to discuss priorities. So we haven't seen many national dialogues happening in the last 6 months, but for any dialogue, we always invite the NDEs. And again, another point of collaboration is CTCN is often a member of the steering committee for some of our TNA projects. And as it was mentioning before, the GEF is funding the global TNA project, and under the project there is a lot of collaboration between the UNEP as the implementing partner and the CTCN. A more recent area of support is the GEF innovation window. This is a new window under our GEF8 strategy. It was launched in May 2024 with a total value of 12 million of GEF grant. And the idea was to prioritize activities that both directly and indirectly support and enhance the impact of the GEF. There were 5 areas of innovation that were considered under this innovation window, including, of course, technological innovation, not only through new products and processes, but also through significant technical changes in existing products and processes. These window is now closed. The proposals were already selected, and they are now currently in the process of submitting an entire proposal to the JEF for our review. So this is a new window that has been quite successful, and it was approved by our council member in the latest replenishment cycle. All this information can be found on our report to COP29. We are currently in the process of updating the report to COP30 that will be ready 16 weeks before the COP. That should be sometime around end of July or beginning August. But of course, a draft of the report will be shared with UNFCCC before it is published and for comments. I will leave it at here. I'm happy to take any questions the audience may have, and thank you so much, everyone, for your time.
Thank you very much, Patricia. Please stay online, and we'll take questions at the end of the presentations. So next we have the Standing Committee on Finance, and we're joined also online by Vicky Noens from the SCF. So Vicky, if you're online, you have the floor.
Hello?
Yes, hello, we can hear you.
Hi. Okay, great. So this is Diane stepping in for Vicky. I think you have our presentation. So I am Diane Backlin. I'm the co-chair of the Standing Committee on Finance from representing SIDS, and I'm from Antigua and Barbuda. And I think you have the presentation.
Please go ahead, Diane. Apologies for...
Okay.
Please go ahead.
That's okay. That's okay. So thank you so much once again for inviting us to present. You can go to the next slide. And this is the team that is earlier this year. Vicky will no longer be your focal point for the CTCN. She has we switch around from time to time, and the Standing Committee will switch around. So we are representing from myself, Diane, and Clara Schultz from Sweden. And we're here speaking on behalf of myself and Apollonia Miola from European Union. Next. So I hope most of you would know about the Standing Committee on Finance. We're the entity under the UNFCCC that produces the biennial assessment, and we are on our 7th that we are working on now. We are also, basically what we do is to track most of the decisions and the funds and our operating entities under the convention. So we are doing our flagship reports, which is the biennial assessment report. We do reports tracking the 100 billion. We have the needs assessment report, and we have an annual forum that we look at key areas that is important to climate finance. So our upcoming forum is going to be on with financing the sustainable food systems and agriculture. It's going to be held in Rome in collaboration with FAO. Next. So we looked at the work plan this year. This year was an easy year for the Standing Committee on Finance, which we're very excited about. We do produce a lot of outputs that is widely used, but this year we won't have much. So what we're doing this year basically is to just prepare for our products that we're going to be doing in 2026. We do collect a lot of information, a lot of data, and we reach out to all of our partners, including the CTCN, for information that they would have on various aspects of financing that we're going to include in all of our reports. So this year, we're going to be working with all of our partners to make sure that we can collect the data in time for our 2026 reports. We do collect a lot of data on technology, and so that's a key part of our chapters in all of our reports. Next. So Vicky is going to be co-facilitating with me the 6th biennial assessment reports. And like I said, for this year, we're going to be just basically collecting data from all of these. And we also have the new collective quantified goal on climate finance. That's a new kid on the block. That's an agreement that was made at COP29, and we're going to be starting to collect and get information and prepare how we're going to start tracking that quantified goal on climate finance. Next. So our last forum was held in Tanzania, in which we discussed the issue of gender and climate finance. It was really well attended, and we learned a lot from a lot of experts in the field. And this year we're going to be going to, as I said, to Rome, in which we are going to focus on accelerating climate action and resilience through financing for sustainable food systems and agriculture. That was something that was on heavy demand, and I think that's going to be held in September. So if you can keep that on your calendar for this year, it should be interesting. Next. Of course, we know we had completed for COP29 the arrangements between, I think it's during COP. Yeah, the arrangement between the loss and damage funds as well as the COP, and so that is one of the things that we did, and we were able to accomplish that that's a major accomplishment in 2024. Next. Yeah, so just want to say we stuck to our 5 minutes, but we work very closely with CTCN, and we would like to take the opportunity to thank all of you for the data that you're providing. And we're seeing that a lot of the funds are focusing a lot on technology as a core area of their work. And we're just hoping that when we come knocking for information, that these can be provided. So thank you very much. Back over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Diane. Your presentation is greatly appreciated. So we now turn to the Paris Committee on Capacity Building, and I'm advised that we have Abze Jigma, the PCCB co-chair. So the PCCB has the floor, please.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair, and allow me to thank my colleagues who preceded me for their excellent presentation. In the interest of time, I will also try to streamline the presentation. Could we have the slide online, please? Because I don't have it on my hands. Thank you. I will start. So the PCCB has been tasked to take care of. Thank you very much for. Next slide, please. The other way around. Yes. Thank you very much. The PCCB role is to look into gaps and need and emerging capacity building needs, and to support developing countries. The PCCB has been tasked in 2021 on the COP21 to focus on one area every year. So next slide, please. The focus area for 2025 is capacity building for holistic investment, strategy bankable project, and stakeholder engagement to strengthen the implementation of the NDC and NAP in developing countries. The objectives of the focus area aim to address the critical need to assist the developing countries in building capacity, mobilizing and scaling finance for climate action, bridging the gap between climate ambition and tangible outcomes through robust investment strategies and bankable projects, as well as to identify current and emerging capacity gaps and needs and promote awareness, raising knowledge and information sharing through collecting best practices and identifying existing capacity building support and areas. We identify 3 areas that we could work on. The objective of the focus areas include to build skills and knowledge for securing funds through various sources, including international finance institutions, multilateral development, climate funds, private sector, and philanthropy foundation, to highlight the necessity of systemic and institutional capacity building to contribute to strengthen enabling environment for climate action, to prioritize multi-level stakeholder engagement, encouraging the implementation. And we just had our stakeholder engagement call on the 2nd, where many of you has also took part of it. And we welcome the presentation just made by the GCF and the GEF on how we could collaborate and how they can strengthen the capacity building stream within their activities and programs. With investment plan and design and implementation, as well as incorporating our different stakeholders, we're focusing as well on the informal sector and the micro small enterprises. As you know, and LDC's engines of economies are in our informal sector, and we must find the ways how to consolidate their work. The key topics under our work streams are the NAPs and NDCs, of course. Next slide, please. The activities, foreseen activities will be at next NAP Expo, which would have been held now, but due to some adjustment, the NAP Expo will be postponed. We don't know the date yet, but we will keep you posting on when it will happen, and we count on the colleagues to join us. And also the NDC 3.0 clinics will be held during the climate weeks. We do have the Durban Forum, where is also the opportunity for stakeholders to bring their knowledge and to see how we can come along together and to deliver. At the end of the day, it's about delivery and implementation. The COP, we have also one of our flagship project, which is the Capacity Building Hub. Last year at the COP29, we were fortunate to have the cooperation with the CTCN on our Capacity Building Hub, and we would like to continue that type of collaboration, which makes sure that we not duplicating, but growing together and reducing inequalities. Next slide, please. We have, I've already talked about the capacity building and the opportunities. We have the PCCB network, which I'm confident part of yours in the room are part of it. And it's a voluntary association, and I invite most of you who's not member yet, that you can join us with the QR code that is on that display on the screen right now. The capacity building portal offers the opportunity to reach out and to make sure that you are up to date with the resource that exists, the toolkits, the guidelines, and also we're posting webinars that is suitable for colleagues who would like to join us and make the difference. Last but not least, I would like to see how with the CTCN concretely we could see how we can have that that mobilization of different works, different program of capacity building, because the LDCs or all developing countries, they don't know where to find the implementation. It has been very useful to see different presentation where the capacity buildings are, but it's an offer to see where we can team up as we go. Next slide, please. I think I'm the end of the. Of course, we have every year at SB and also at COP the informal coordination group for capacity building, which is an enabling environment where different stakeholders can come together, exchange ideas, and also unleash and cross-fertilize the potential part of collaboration, the activities that has been undertaken. to feed also our concept note. I think that at the moment, the PCCB is working on the concept note of the focus area, and we invite colleagues who are in the room or others who are not with us today that you may inform them on the existence of the concept note where we are still shaping it, to make sure that all the concern and the burdens are taken into account. One of the burdens, and I think that the GCF and the GEF, we need to be mindful of the debt burden, because most of the climate fund that is coming, it's privately based, but how we could think on leveraging on the public finance to mobilize more, without creating other debt burdens. That is one of the take that comes to us, one of the concerns from developing countries, especially the LDCs, because it's really not possible for them to continue implementing their development program, because when disaster happens, the money is shifted already onto adaptation to support their colleagues on the front line. It's an invite for the CTCN to see on the instruments that they already have, to see how we could collaborate on that field as well. Next slide, please. I think I'm the end of my, this is our contacts. Don't hesitate to reach out. I got the opportunity also when I was with you on Friday to exchange with colleagues, and already we have seen some potential ways of collaboration, and I'm more than happy to follow up with the CTCN Secretariat, jointly with the Secretariat of the PCCB. Next slide, please. And I think that we're coming to the end of the presentation. Next slide. I think that
This is the last slide.
Okay, then we are over to you, Chair. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be part of that section.
Thank you very much. It's greatly appreciated. So just a programming note, I'm advised that given the lateness of the hour, the Adaptation Committee and the Adaptation Fund have agreed to make their presentations tomorrow morning. So thank you very much, colleagues, for your flexibility on that. The floor is now open for interventions on the presentations of the GEF, the SCF, and the PCCB. So please raise your flag if you have an intervention. Chile, please.
Thank you very much for the floor. We appreciate all the presentations by the colleague, by the GEF, by the SCF, by the Capacity Building Committee. We have just very brief comments, and I wonder if the colleague from the GEF had the opportunity to see the presentation by the GCF in terms of something that would be very low cost for the GEF, and perhaps they can consider in terms of the collaboration with the CTCN, is to do something very similar, to consider these references to the TNA, to the TAP, to the technology mechanism, to the national designated entities on their relevant, the ones that are relevant, policies and guidelines. When these documents are updated, so when you, as you update your guidelines and policies, you include these references to the technology mechanism, so then the users on the ground, the countries, the implementers, look at this document for guidance, and then realize that they're supposed to consider all these very relevant stakeholders that are part of the technology mechanism community, in a way, at the national level. That will be the main comment. That definitely will be very helpful on the medium and long term. With the colleague of the SCF, that was very much welcome. This is more a question in terms, because the CF has this mandate, of course, related to the coherence and synergy of the financial, the operating entities of the financial mechanism. And we wonder if, as part of that work, can some consideration be given of how these entities also interact with these other mechanisms, in particular the technology mechanisms, but not the only mechanism, that are supposed to relate to the operating entities. Perhaps not necessarily everyone has the same view, but we believe that many parties view at one moment the CTCN as a potential builder of pipeline for the operating entities. As we can see, some examples that were presented by the GCF, for example, the success that we have with the preparation facility, and this kind of consideration is something that the SCF can consider in terms of how all these institutions under the UNFCCC can work together better. Regarding the capacity building Paris Committee, it will be important to note that one of the guidance coming from the COP that was not included on the reference note is guidance that came from the capacity building negotiation and that invited parties, as appropriate, the operating entities, the constituted bodies, observers and other stakeholders to consider the recommendations referred in paragraph 1 on the capacity building committee. So that's guidance we're having from the capacity building negotiation that involves all constituted bodies and mechanisms and that operate under the convention. And there were many recommendations, and don't go into the detail because go from letter A to letter H and beyond, that are related to the national adaptation plans. And perhaps as part of this meeting that you're proposing for the CTCN, it might be worthwhile for the CTCN to look into the relevant recommendations, and that definitely could guide the CTCN in fulfilling this mandate coming from the capacity building negotiation from the COP.
Thank you very much, Chile. I don't see any other requests for the floor. So let us then turn to each of the presenters to see if there are any responses. First to the Jeff, please.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Chile, for the question. This is well noted. I attended the previous presentation from our GCF colleagues. This is well noted, and we wanted to clarify that some of these aspects are already included either in our policy or guidance, and more particularly on our proposal templates. We do include, there is a section with basically proponents. They have to specify, the type of technology, the technological sector that the proposal is targeting, and also whether this is an enabling activity at DNA. And so we have a way to identify that, and we do provide enough space on our templates for the agencies to further elaborate on that. Also, our policies and guidance, they do have some reference to that, but always bearing in mind that the JEF serves 6 different conventions, not just the UNFCCC. So in a way, the policy, they need to be flexible enough so they can accommodate different requests. But in general, there's some references, and I am happy to provide more information on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Patricia. And next, the SCF, please, if you have any response.
Not really. No, I'll skip this one.
Thank you. And finally, to the PCCB, if you have any response, Madam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Ambrosio, for your question. I was a bit rushing in terms of following the guidance in the interest of time. Of course, the annual report technical papers, if you look at it, we have all that the PCCB has worked very hard, and that those recommendations is published and available, and give guidance, concrete guidance, how we should proceed in terms of capacity building and how we could leverage in terms of instruments that exist. And that document, of course, can serve us and guide the collaboration between the CTCN and the PCCB. This is I hope that answer suits you, Ambrosio. Otherwise, come back again and I may be able to give you further insight. Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Chair. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And thank you to all of our presenters for your valuable contributions to our meeting. Greatly appreciated. So colleagues, this concludes our agenda for today. Thank you for a productive day. We reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Sharp. We look forward to seeing you at the reception this evening, and the Secretariat will have some information about that.
Thank you very much. So the IB members and observer are kindly invited to join the receptions at 1800 today, starting at 1800. That will take place in Atlantic Ocean Finger. That is on the ground floor. It's first to the right, basically, from here. Yeah. Thank you, and see you there.
Thank you, Arista. I see Egypt requesting for the floor.
I guess that there was a photo group somewhere for the AB. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So because we ran out of time earlier, we're going to do that tomorrow instead of today, but it will certainly be done. Absolutely. So thank you very much, everyone. That concludes the formal part of today's discussions.